nitaiangalia. Wacha tuombe.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to enhance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we are committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I wish to inform you that my office is in receipt of a letter dated 7th of December 2020 from the Office of the Auditor General seeking consent to recall the audited report of the State Department for University Education for the year ended 30th June 2019. In the letter, the Auditor General requests that the certified audited financial statements in respect to the State Department for University Education in the Ministry of Education be withdrawn, since the report as submitted contains an inadvertent error. Honourable members, Article 229 of the Constitution requires the Auditor General to audit and report to Parliament the financial statements of all public entities within 6 months after the end of each financial year. The submission allows for consideration of the reports for appropriate action by Parliament. The subject report was submitted to the National Assembly and laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th November 2020. It was subsequently committed to the Public Accounts Committee, PAC, for examination in accordance with the requirements of Standing Order 205. Honourable members, in order to ensure that only the accurate and certified report of the Auditor General is examined by the committee, I hereby accede to the request and direct that the audited financial statements for the State Department for University Education for the year ended 30th June 2019 be hereby withdrawn from the records of the House. Further, any publicization undertaken by the clerk in accordance with the requirements of Section 32 of the Public Audit Act 2015 is also hereby withdrawn forthwith. The committee and indeed the House is accordingly guided. I thank you, members. Honourable members, this other communication arises out of the decision taken by the House on Wednesday morning sitting. And it's a bit surprising that I don't seem to see many of the people that are supposed to respond to this or to deal with the issues arising here from present, but I hope that they will be communicated too. Honourable members, as you will recall, yesterday, Wednesday, 10th February 2021, during the morning sitting, the House adopted its calendar for the 5th session, regular sessions. In the first part of this session, which is from February 9th to May 6, 2021, the House will be holding 5 sittings each week as follows. And this is important for members to note. If need be, I think you can, because these days is a medium of factual, take note of this in your respective communication gadgets. Tuesday's afternoon sitting from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Number 2, Tuesday's evening sitting from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. 3, Thursday's morning sittings from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Number 4, Thursday's afternoon sitting from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And 5, Thursday's evening sittings from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Members should recall that and notice that 2 additional sittings have been introduced on Tuesdays and Thursdays commencing 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The recommendation by the House Business Committee that the House holds additional sittings in the evenings was informed by the proposal to create additional sitting time to allow for consideration of more business by the House, and particularly due to the increased number of private members' bills and motions. Honourable members, this initiative by the House Business Committee can only be achieved if members dutifully attend the sittings so as to ensure compliance with the provisions of Article 121 of the Constitution on quorum, read together with our standing order number 34, providing for quorum at the commencement of any sitting. To this end, honourable members, I wish to urge party whips and their deputies to endeavor to rally their memberships to ensure that the House cooperates at all times for purposes of achieving the agenda of the House for this part of this 5th session. I thank you, honourable members. And honourable members, that begins today. That begins today. So that this sitting the House will rise at 6:30 p.m. for 30 minutes and resume at 7 p.m. for the evening sitting. And this is not unusual of members. Very many other jurisdictions do hold, especially when you have large number of members or houses that have too many members. Also notice that we are denying members time to members who have researched on certain issues, sufficient time to contribute and indeed inform their colleagues the results of their research work. And that has also contributed to the perception when members are given only 5 minutes to contribute and a member has researched on a matter, within 5 minutes there's very little one can really be able to deliver. So, honourable members, this is a trial to see whether indeed we can have we can have more business transacted and members be given more time to contribute. Again, there are members who have engagements on the afternoons of those days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and are able to make their way into Nairobi by about 4 or 5. That sitting allows them to still come and be able to transact business in the House or participate in the transaction of business in the House. Very well. So I hope the whips, I only see the Honorable Dr. Eseli. The others have taken leave of absence or what? But I hope the leaders will assist. We want to see whether it is possible for us to do more business. And indeed, if you recall, honourable members, towards the tail end of the last session, we had to move a motion here to save very many members' bills, private members' bills, which ordinarily would have died. But we felt that the House Business Committee that it would be better to save them and allocate ourselves more time so as to transact. The people who don't understand how parliaments work out there today are already making their own innuendos and as to why. But they are the same ones who still argue that we have passed very few bills. So you don't understand. They think bills will be passed when people are in the village or where I mean, we must really, we are trying to also have to adjust, even of course with the COVID-19 situation still prevailing. But we felt as House Business Committee that this would be a better way to try and accommodate, not to respond to those who are talking about the number of bills passed, but I think to accommodate members who have gone to great lengths to come up with legislative proposals, motions, and indeed even petitions, which ordinarily do not seem to get sufficient time, given the limited hours of sitting and the competition between private members and government business, and of course also business coming from the other house. So that informed that decision. But for those who may not have been present when leader of majority, and I believe the leader of the minority party and the members of the House Business Committee when explaining that decision of the House Business Committee. So we want to see also how many of you are able to stand up to 9 p.m. We have seen it happen in other jurisdictions. We believe that we are more than equal to the task. The Honorable Boko Milemba thinks it is overtime. There is no overtime in Parliament. Let's proceed.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, February 11, 2021, afternoon sitting. The board report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund on project proposals approvals, disbursement status, and restrictions imposed on the constituency account for the period 1st of October 2020 to 31st of December 2020. Number 2, the biannual report for the Commission on Administrative Justice for the period January to June 2020. Number 3, the annual reports and financial statement in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019. Number A, the Independent Policing and Oversight Authority, and B, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Number 4, the third quarterly report covering the period from 1st of July 2020 to 30th of September 2020 from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Number 5, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. A, the State Department for Irrigation, B, the Kenya Revenue Authority, and C, the Kenya Electricity Generation Company, PLC. Lastly, number 6, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June, 2019, and the certificates therein. A, the Kenya National Examination Council, B, the Government Clearing Agency, and C, the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So, next, was there now? Yeah, next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Honorable Justice Igazito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on the formulation of parliamentary broadcasting channels, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Kaluma, Chair of the Mediation Committee on the PPP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 150, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Public-Private Partnerships Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, and approves the mediated version of the Public-Private Partnership Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Carlon Members Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 24th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(2)A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Carlon Members Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 184 of 2020. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Members Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 24, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(2)A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Members Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 185 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give the following the notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Carlon Staff Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 24, 2020, and pursuant to the provision of Section 24(2)A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Carlon Staff Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 186 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 24, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(2)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund Amendment Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 187 of 2020. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the crops, into bracket, fiber crops regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and Standing Order number 210-4B, annuls in its entirety the crops, fiber crops regulations 2020, legal notice number 120 of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
All questions are ordinary. First one by the member for Lamu, Captain Rwenda Obo Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question 003-2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. But this question should be asked to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport. 1. When will the fishermen in Lamu County who lost their source of livelihood as a result of the development and construction of Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopian Transport Lapset Port Project be compensated? 2. What is the status of the 1,000 Lapset educational scholarships from the government meant for Lamu residents? 3. What is the actual size of land allocated to the Lapset Port Project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it within Lamu or throughout the, throughout the country? Where the
is Lamu?
Only within
the
only
project
within
is,
Lamu.
the project Lapset is in Lamu.
It is not. It will not just in Lamu, Captain Rwenda.
The people affected are Lamu people,
yes,
the fishermen.
That is why. That's why you say the last question is what is the actual size of the land allocated to the Lapset Port project? Should have in Lamu.
Yes, in Lamu.
Because it will go beyond Lamu as you would.
Okay, I meant in Lamu.
Yes, very well.
Thank you.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Laikipia County, the Honorable Catherine Waruguru Wanjiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 005 of the year 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the progress of construction to bitumen standard of the Nanyuki Gwakongo Rumuruti Road in Laikipia? Thank you.
Question referred to the same committee, Transport, Public Works and Housing, to prioritize for response. Next question by a nominated member, the Honorable Sosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 9 of 2021, directed at the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry's labor officers all over the country are not being facilitated to preside over the ongoing trade union elections contrary to the norms and the provisions of the law? 2. Why were Chekhov deductions and remittances to trade unions in the health sector stopped via a letter dated 22nd December 2020 from the Cabinet Secretary for Health to the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Public Service and Gender? And 3, What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that all employers in the country fully comply with the provisions of Section 48 of the Labor Relations Act 2007 regarding strict deductions and remittances of union dues to all trade unions in the country? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question referred to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question by the member for Kisumu West, the Honorable Olagwa Luch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 010-2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. One, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances under which the contractor for the Kisumu-Kakamega-Webuye Highway project abandoned the Migosi-Mamboleo Junction stretch of the road, leaving it unmotorable? And lastly, when will the construction of the said stretch resume, considering that assurances were made regarding its completion by the ministry in the presence of His Excellency the President and other national leaders? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, a question referred to the Patrol Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by specially elected member 001.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And with the increase of time that we will now be sitting up to 9, if there is a person who will not strain because of that overtime, it is you, Honorable Speaker. I have witnessed you sitting 10 hours continuously in that seat, while some of us are up and about for short calls and tea break. How you strain yourself is only God knows. So I rise to ask question 019 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. One, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a status of investigation into the killing of Christopher Nderito, ID number 21160864, a person with disability who was killed by a speeding and carelessly driven government-owned motor vehicle, who was thereafter run over by 2 other alleged government-owned vehicles along the Sagana State Lodge, Chaka Road. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain the status of investigation into the case of defilement and subsequent death of a minor, 12-year-old, named Nimo Gabale, with cerebral palsy, who hailed from Isiolo County and later on rejected in mortuary. They reject us while we are alive and even when we are dead. 3, what measure has the government put in place to address the concern of persons with disability arising from such occurrences that may be seen to be part of a move to sacrifice persons with disability for purposes of witchcraft, sorcery, black market trade, and other illicit reasons? Honorable Speaker, there was also unfortunate utterances by Honorable Junet, whose mouth has just been his sitting apparatus on a giant cactus. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
No, I suppose the latter bit is not part of the question, is it? Well, the question will be referred to the Committee on Administration and National Security to prioritize for a response. I suspect that they may not have to invite the Honorable Junet, but if you want, you can direct the question to the appropriate committee. The next segment is requests for statements. The first one is by the Honorable Rashid Amin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to request for statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44.2C on increased incidences of detention of residents of Wajir East constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the increased incidences of indefinite detention of innocent citizens by the security agencies in Wajir East constituency. Honorable Speaker, as a nation, we have recently been disheartened and greatly concerned by the reports of members of the public being detained by security agencies under unclear circumstances. The most recent cases is the detention of 8 persons, namely, and residents of Wajir East constituency, namely Mr. Jim'ali Ilmi Salat, Mr. Saleh Muhammad Hassan, Mr. Abdi Bishar Omar, Mr. Basho Nur Muhammad, Mr. Abdullah Hussein Ilmi, Mr. Abdi Jalil Salat, Mr. Dawood Ahmed Muhammad, and Mr. Abdi Muhammad Kahin. The 8 persons have been in police custody for the last 6 months, and no charges have been preferred against them. Honorable Speaker, it's on account of the above that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. 1. Could the chairperson state why the 8 individuals have been detained for the last 6 months with no charges preferred against them? 2. What steps is the government taking to ensure that the innocent detainees are released by the security agencies? 3. What specific actions is being taken against security personnel involved in the indefinite detention of innocent citizens? I thank you, Honorable Speaker, Hon Rashid Kasim Amin, MP Wajir East constituency. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Koinange. Honorable Kaluma.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chair of the Committee on Administration and National Security is engaged in parliamentary business, with your leave, outside the House. From Mr. Speaker, I chair the subcommittee dealing with questions. Speaker, would we request for 2 weeks to report back to the House with our investigations on the matter under question? I thank you.
All right. 2 weeks, Honorable Amin. Okay. Next request is by the member for Igembe South, Honorable John Paul Mwirege.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Department Committee on Health concerning the high rate of cancer cases within Igembe South constituency. Honorable Speaker, recent statistics shows that Igembe South Sub-County has a high prevalence rate of cancer cases in Meru and Kenya in general. That within a span of 1 year, more than 30 people have succumbed to the disease while many are hospitalized. The most affected villages are Kigoi and Riaki village, which lies at the foot of Nyambene Hills, whereby at least each household is affected or was a patient. The residents believe that the causes of the high cancer rate in this area are due to a fallen foreign material at the source of Kanoro River, or aerosol spray used during farming, or asbestos materials used to build some of institutions, amongst them Amwamba Primary, or explosives abandoned in Nyambene Hills during Mangmo War. Therefore, there is an immediate need to establish the sources of this disease, create awareness on the causes, and put in place mitigation measures. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health on the following. Could the Chairperson provide a report from the relevant State Department on any investigations or research undertaken to establish the causes of the high number of cancer cases in Igembe South sub-county. What plans are there to assist the residents of the area to unreveal the high prevalence of cancer in the area? Could the Ministry of Health consider dispatching a team of health experts to Riaki and Kegoi village to establish the causes of high rate of cancer? Number 4, what information or research is available to provide sufficient proof that aerosol sprays used in farming and asbestos used as building materials are not carcinogenic. If the answer negative, could the responsible manufacturing companies be held liable and made to compensate the victims? Number 5, could the government consider funding schools to assist them to replace carcinogenic asbestos used as building material for roofing and constructing other school infrastructure, as is the case for Mwamba Primary School? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair Health, Honorable Sabina Chege. Or somebody, yes, member for Ndiwa.
Thank you, Chair. Based on those predisposing items which he has mentioned, I think it will be appropriate to give us a month to find out what is going on in that part of the country. I stand in for the Chair.
I think so. It requires a thorough investigation. But I think also the members should be available to assist where there may be need to take whoever will be doing the investigations to the specific areas where he has alleged there could be some materials that could be the cause and or source. I think, Honorable Mwirigi, I think let's allow the committee, because this I think you require some quite substantive response. Or what do you feel, Honorable Mwirigi?
Since, Mr. Speaker, we have waited for long, 1 month is sufficient, so that the committee at least can give very substantive, maybe mitigation ideas, I think. It will be good.
Very well. I think the committee, please take up the matter. I think it's a serious allegation. The issues he has raised would require some serious investigation. The next question is by the member for Moyale. Waricha Gufu Wario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to request for this statement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 442C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding recent insecurity and displacement of residents of Elebor, Funangumbi, Funanida areas in Uran Ward, Moyale constituency of Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, on 26 December 2020, Rawan area in Sololo sub-county was raided and attacked by a person from Torbi sub-county, where one Form 3 boy was injured and 26 cattle stolen. Similar raids and attacks also took place in January 2021, where over 500 shots were stolen at Lebor, and up to date, no arrests of the attackers or recoveries of the livestock have been made. Honorable Speaker, due to the rampant attacks and raid by the cattle rustlers in the county, an entire village of 600 households in Funangombe has been forced to move to Walda Division in Sololo Sub-County, which is 30 kilometers away. This displacement has adversely affected and interfered with the economic activities and source of livelihood for the residents of Funan, Ida, and Funangombe area. This has further led to the closure of schools and humanitarian crisis in the area. And internally displaced persons are in dire need of food, water, and housing, and other social amenities. Honorable Speaker, it is of concern that among the reasons for displacement and attacks is to carve Elebor, Eledimtu, Funangombe, and Funanida in Sololo Sub-County into the newly created Torbi Sub-County and surroundings areas for grazing and control and other purposes. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background that I ask a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Could the Chairperson state whether any investigation were carried out into the attack on Funanida, Funangombe, and Lebor areas in Moyale constituency that led to the loss of 2 lives, injuries, livestock death, and displacement of residents? 2, what measures is the government putting in place to ensure the schools in the affected areas are reopened and displaced residents living in deplorable condition are resettled? 3, what measures has been put in place by the ministry to curb increased cases of insecurity in Funanida, Funangombe, and Lebor, in particular from external attackers? 4, what action is the ministry taking to ensure the administrative and security officers on the ground serve the residents of the 2 sub-counties fairly and equitably without favor, including proper coordination and sharing of information among themselves? And finally, Mr. Speaker, number 5, could the ministry consider clearly demarcating the administrative boundaries for all the sub-counties in Marsabit County and provision of enough personnel, officers, and equipment to manage the increased cases of insecurity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That goes to Committee on Administration. Kaluma, Honorable Kaluma, are you able to again give some undertaking?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the chair of the committee indicates that we put forth the undertaking to report back to the House within 3 weeks because of other businesses before the committee. We note it is a bit urgent also because of those children and their education. But we request for the member for 3 weeks, 21 days.
Honorable Wario.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a case where some schools are closed and people are moved away from their homes. And remembering or putting in the fact that actually in those areas we have a very severe drought. I think 3 weeks is a lot of time. If they can actually reduce to 1 week, I'll be very happy.
You know, you could get that 1 week, but then if you're not if you brought something that you could have even gotten from the streets, believe me, worth anything. We appreciate the gravity of the situation as you describe, Honorable Wario, but Honorable Kaluma, are you able to give a shorter period than the 3 weeks?
Mr. Speaker, I indicated within 3 weeks, meaning we are going to take seriously the urgency of the matter, balance it with other matters before the committee. It could be within a week, 2 weeks, but we are giving a maximum of 3 weeks. Not necessarily to mean we are going to take 3 weeks. It could be even within 4 days. But we have to arrange facilities and take the investigations and the actions it's requesting for. So I would request he understands we are talking of within 3 weeks. There must be a report, but most likely we'll do it early. I know how the committee operates and you know it.
Honorable Wario, I think so that at least you also, your issue is addressed to, with some level, measure of satisfaction.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think saying within 3 weeks is too general. I would rather if he says that actually instead of the 3 weeks, he say by the end of 2 weeks. That looks comfortable than saying.
Mr. Speaker, I'll persuade the chair that we report back to us within 14 days, sacrificing other things because the matter of children are involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that could satisfy the Honorable Wario. Next question, the request is by the member for Mvita, Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44C2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the demolition of structures in the country and planned in Mombasa County as well. Honorable Speaker, the ongoing demolitions carried out by the government agencies and other entities are done in the most inhumane ways, usually in the night. Notices are not issued, and if issued at all, then it is typically within short periods of less than 2 to 3 hours before invasions by the bulldozers and other heavy machineries under the watch of police and security personnel. Honorable Speaker, this has led to demolition of properties, injuries and loss of lives, as it has happened recently in Kibos, Kisumu County, where thousands were displaced, including a mosque, and in Luna Park in Nairobi County. In Luna Park and surrounding businesses, premises, properties worth millions of shillings were demolished on Tuesday evening at 8 p.m., 15 September, after giving a 4-hour notice before demolitions. It is notable, Honorable Speaker, that during demolitions, hundreds of people who are directly employed in the affected areas and premises are rendered jobless, and in particular, during this period of COVID-19 pandemic. These demolitions should be carried in a humane way, taking into consideration the measures to mitigate its effects. Honorable Speaker, it is on account of this that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Whether the Ministry is aware of any planned demolitions and evictions that are being targeted for residents within Mombasa North area in Mombasa County, and why, Honorable Speaker, are these demolitions carried out during the night without or with very, very minimal notices to vacate, in the most inhumane ways, without considering the effects that this will cause to residents economically, their livelihood, and without provision for alternative place for settlement? And Mr. Speaker, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that persons affected during the evictions and demolitions are rightfully compensated, how much they shall be compensated, and by when that should be done? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, again, this goes to Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the questions, and I wanted to make a mention, Mr. Speaker, that whether we are talking about demolitions or forcible eviction, we are talking about some claim or rival claims to land or ownership of property. And the police or the agencies within the administration or security only assist the process. I was therefore thinking, Mr. Speaker, that in as much as the question is addressed to the committee, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, the final resolution to the matters asked by Honorable Abdul Somad would better come from the Lands Committee, because that is where the rival claims to ownership before the police interventions, should be addressed, because otherwise I don't think we'll be dealing with the real issue. As he rightly says, there was a similar question raised about the demolitions along Kibos railway line in Kisumu. And there was a bit of debate in the morning, Mr. Speaker, as to whether that matter should be before the Lands Committee, which can determine who owns which portion and who therefore should be on what portion before eviction or demolitions take place. And remember, the direction given by the Speaker in the morning is that that should go to the Committee on Transport, because it was the Railways Corporation which is dealing with the matter. I fear if we take up that matter, Mr. Speaker, we will be dealing with the manner in which eviction or claims to ownership of property is being addressed, instead of addressing the root cause, which is ownership of the property. I would therefore be requesting for your directions, Mr. Speaker, that that matter in particular, with all those secondary elements concerning police intervention, be addressed with finality through the Departmental Committee on Lands. Otherwise, we'll be obliged with your directions.
Honorable Samad.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I agree with the sentiments of my brother, Honorable Kaluma. However, it is important to note, Honorable Speaker, that the issue here is not about necessarily who owns the land. It is the way that this is actually being conducted. Whether notices were even given for these people to be able to be told that you need to vacate, demolishing places of worship and places where people are earning their livelihood, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, over and above that, it is important for this House to take note as well, Honorable Speaker, that similar cases, the Kenya Airports Authority lost a case against squatters who are in the area of South Sea, because the courts ruled the rights of those squatters as well. So as much as there is an element of who owns what piece of property, there is also the element as to the rights of those who are in that property. There is the one who owns the piece of paper and the one who actually is in that property historically. And the issue of Kibos, Honorable Speaker, these are people who have been there from pre-colonial times. We'll stand by your guidance as to how this should be tackled. And I'm hoping that then that comes with something that is going to be very conclusive. Thank you.
But you see, if you talked about somebody who is in possession of a piece of paper, and I was wondering whether it is this one I'm holding. But if you don't know, if you do not know, as Honorable Kaluma said, if you don't know who's the rightful owner, so that you begin there, you may be the rightful owner, and you desire that some people who may have been forceful entry into you, what is rightfully yours should move out, but there are legal procedures, notices being issued to those people. So I think it will still be good if the Committee on Lands were to go into this, so that then, because the questions you'd be available to ask the questions, whether if indeed these are the rightful owners, or if they are not, were they ever given notice to vacate? And if so, when and how? How are those notices given? Because now, these days, people are taking advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic and claim that they are doing so through Twitter. So if the notices were via Twitter, then perhaps somebody would raise some other issues. But I think if we take it to security, national security, Honorable Abdul Samad, what you are likely to get will not go to the roots of the problem. So if you don't mind, Honorable Abdul Samad, we can redirect this request to the Ministry of, to the Departmental Committee on lands, so that they can go into the historical issues that touch on that property. Very well. Committee on Lands. The Honorable Rachel Nyamai was here, but I think yes, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Rachel Nyamai has just gone to consult with his Vice Chair, Honorable Mwashatan, at the outside, but I know they have gotten the message, and I'll ensure that I pass over this information to her. Okay.
Very well. Now, there are too many people who want to offer to say something about it. No, it's not. It's just to pass the message to the chair of the committee, isn't it? Honorable Judy Jomo, Honorable Owen Bayer. Or you are a member of the committee. You've had the issue. So you can actually now, we can now task you, Honorable Owen Bayer, member for Kilifi North. She sits she was sitting right behind Honorable Pukose. Let him carry the baby. Very well. Honorable Judy Jomo, you also you want to say something? Or yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add a comment on this. Because
which comment?
On the demolition.
Devolution?
Of property.
Devolution?
And eviction.
There's no debate. There's no debate on that.
No, I just wanted to.
No. You know, this house follows rules. You know, this can happen in the county assemblies and elsewhere, but here there must be business. You know, we cannot now sit here. A request for a statement becomes a debate. I've seen it elsewhere. A request for a statement and there's no response has been given. You debated for 1 hour. You wonder, what are you doing other than maybe entertaining yourselves? So let us leave it to the Committee on Lands. The last one, Honorable Kamket. I think, honorable members, I think those of you who have been keenly following these requests for statements, this is the fifth, and all of them except one are to Committee on Administration and National Security. You can almost guess where I'm almost there, what I'm saying. Somebody should have been here to respond on the spot. Anyhow, proceeds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the recent killings and subsequent security operation in Kapedo area, Baringo County, that began on 21st January 2021. Honorable Speaker, 2 senior police officers and 6 civilians lost their lives under unclear circumstances in Kapedo area. These incidents happened during the police operation in the area, whose aim is to bring an end to cat rustling, which has been rampant in that region. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is on this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following issues, among others. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a chronology of events that led to the loss of lives of the 2 senior police officers and 6 civilians who died in the hands of police officers following their arrest in Chemolingo town in Baringo County in January 2021. 2, what plans are in place to address the effects of the police operations in the said areas that have caused massive internal displacement of persons and families, leading to serious humanitarian crisis, starvation, closing of socioeconomic amenities such as schools, hospitals, business premises, and other government departments. 3, could the ministry explain the criteria used in managing and carrying out the massive security operation in such areas, and how vulnerable citizens, who include women, children, and people living with disabilities are protected from adverse effects of the said operations, and whether such criteria is being followed. 4, what steps is the ministry taking to deal with increasing cases of insecurity, and particularly cat rustling, and the overall security management in areas ravaged by this vice, especially in Tiaty and Turkana East constituencies, including, Honorable Speaker, sir, implementation of the proposed Marshall Plan by the Kenya Defense Forces on socio-economic transformation of the larger Suguta Valley region. Finally, could the committee consider making an urgent fact-finding visit to the affected area to ascertain the actual prevailing situation on the ground? Honorable Speaker, let me just stress this final part, that, Mr. Speaker, as it is now, there's a lot of suffering in Tiaty because of massive roadblocks that have been erected all over the place. And the police have suspended the law, and they are doing very bad things to the people. My own personal assistant was arrested, and he has not been found up to date. And several things are happening. The police are banning food. They stop vehicles carrying food, and they put the food on the floor, and they ban the food, including all manner of food. So is it a deliberate attempt by the government to starve the entire people of Tiaty constituency for the crime of a few, Mr. Speaker, sir? And I want to ask the committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, to consider making that trip to Tiaty as soon as tomorrow, if possible, Honorable Speaker, because the situation on the ground is terrible. People are running away from bandits and are also running away from police.
So the committee going tomorrow, how will they walk? You say they are bandits and they are, I don't know, all manner of things. So are they not going to walk into hellfire? Honorable Kaluma, you hear the proposal that you visit the place tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, the House is aware, because we engage outside the House with the leave of the House and the House's facilitation. Honorable Kamket is also aware that the subject matter has been under and before the Committee for consideration for quite some time, even before the measures the government has instituted to deal with the matter of Kapedo were so instituted. Mr. Speaker, all I wanted to indicate at this stage is that this is a very delicate matter. Of course, as a committee, before and even during this time, government is intervening to ensure there is some calm there. We are insisting the rights of the people, the access to basics, be secured. But because of the delicate nature of the matter and the investigations involved, some of which Honorable Kamket is aware we've been undertaking, I would request, Mr. Speaker, for this particular instance, that you give the committee, if possible, 28 days. I know there are some thoughts within the committee on how the committee can go to Kapedo a second time, because we've been to Baringo, Suguta, and those areas before, but not after these measures the government is carrying on were instituted. But there are logistical arrangements we need to be assured of before we can plunge into that area that Honorable Speaker and Honorable Kamket confirms before the House is delicate. So I would request Honorable Kamket that for those measures which are urgent, we can always intervene. We have been doing a bit of work. But for a report coming to the House on the basis of the question, Mr. Speaker, we need your leave to get back to the House substantively on the matter, both of Kapedo and Marsabit within 28 days, so that we bring a solution that can secure future peace in those areas.
Yes, Honorable Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate what the Honorable Kaluma is saying. Except, Honorable Speaker, after 28 days, if they go after 28 days, as he's saying, they'll find no one. they'll find no one to speak to. The situation, Honorable Speaker, is dire. And if they are not able to access Kapedo, they can as well go to Chemolingot, the constituency headquarters. And Chemolingot, the only problem, the only insecurity in Chemolingot is caused by government. It is not caused by bandits. It is the police who have erected roadblocks within and around Chemolingot and Luruk areas. They can go to Chemolingot tomorrow. There is no insecurity in Chemolingot, unless the honorable member is telling me that they're also running away from police, just like the residents of Tiati. If that is the situation, then we are living in a police state, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to plead with you, Mheshimiwa Speaker, that the situation is dire. Schools have closed. Schools have closed, and we have exams within a very short time.
Now let's cut a long story short. This is the direction. Have a sitting. Honorable Kaluma, get your committee to have a sitting with the relevant government agencies. Invite the cabinet secretary and whomever in the course of next week. Honorable Kamket should be present, so that then you can discuss the logistics of how you travel to the affected area.
If you may permit, Mr. Speaker, I confirmed that this matter was before the committee, even before the ongoing government interventions began. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kamket and all members are aware that just last week, we met the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, specifically on this matter. So the fact of the matter is that this matter is already before the committee for consideration. The questions being raised are just adding in impetus. The direction Honorable Kamket is taking is to choose for the committee which areas to go to in terms of how to get the best solution to this problem. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that is the best way to go. We already have a perspective over this matter. The Kapedo issue is not just about Baringo. It could also be about Turkana and other areas. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I was giving you a hint based on background information due to prior investigations before the committee, that it is a delicate matter. I don't believe that we can go on record, Mr. Speaker, to say that because of an operation by the government of a people, the people are all going to be decimated, not to be available within 2 weeks. And I've assured the House that measures have been agreed within the committee with the government agencies, including the CS, that the rights of the people have to be secured as we seek a solution to this matter. So what we request for is patience. Mr. Speaker, calling the Cabinet Secretary next week, as you direct, Mr. Speaker, is not going to add anything other than what I know are the logistical arrangements already being undertaken between the committee and the government.
So, yes, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for...
No, not you. Not you. It's Honorable Kamket. Now, we can't, you honorable members, it's not going to be debate. We just want to see how best the committee can respond to the issues raised by the Honorable Kamket.
Thank you.
The rest of you, I don't know what is exciting you.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kaluma has misled the House. Mr. Speaker, the meeting, the summoning of the CS was to deal with the issues of Marsabit. The issues of Tiati were not discussed. I wrote to the chairman of the committee and appeared before the committee, and I was told to say what it is that I wanted to say. I was given a very few minutes to say some few words, and then I was told to leave the committee. We have not had a very serious, thorough engagement with the cabinet secretary and the security people, because these are we are talking about the lives of both civilians and the lives of police officers. People were picked, Mr. Speaker, sir, from Chemolingo town in a bar, professionals, Mheshimiwa Speaker. People were picked from a drinking joint, innocent civil servants and the police went and killed them. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. And as we speak now, they are continuing to blockade the media. They are blockaded even Kenya Red Cross. Mr. Speaker, sir, even in serious international conflicts, Red Cross is allowed free access. But in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, they have blocked even Kenya Red Cross. No one is accessing theatre. And Honorable Kaluma, Mr. Speaker, is a member of parliament like me. If this thing was happening in Homa Bay, what would he be saying?
Now, Honorable Kaluma.
So I request you, Mr. Speaker, that the order that you've made, please uphold that order, that the Cabinet Secretary and his entire team to come before Parliament and account. They must be held to account, Mr. Speaker. They must be held to account. No, two wrongs do not make a right, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kamket, you are exciting other freshers like yourself, like the member for Bomet, who thinks this is a place where they can, by banging tables, you are not helping anything. Honorable Kaluma.
Mr. Speaker, may I say my last? I imagine the indication the House required of me is how long the committee will take to assist the House report back on this matter. And I've requested for 28 days. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned that we've been to Baringo severally. We've been to Soguta, we've been to Baragoi. And I don't think it is right for my honorable colleague to say that he understands the business for which the committee requested the minister to come before them than us who requested him to come. I know, and I may say it, but I don't want to say it. Allow me to say this is delicate. In fact, among the people being suspected to be triggering the situation in Kapedo could be some colleagues, even within here. That is why I'm saying we are very advanced. Allow us, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking of logistics. This is the area, Mr. Speaker, you remember even some security personnel were shot down a short while ago. I cannot stand before this House to say on such a date, members of parliament will be traveling by this means to such a place. When I'm talking of logistics being made, I know, and I'm assuring him as a colleague, and that's why I'm saying there are things I don't want to say here. This matter is delicate. Give us 28 days, we come with a substantive report on this matter that can lead to come along our people. I will be the last person to say the government should hurt their own citizens. I've never understood that of a government. But let us report on behalf of the relevant government department within 28 days because of the delicate matter we are dealing with. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Kamket seems to suggest that people will have, there will be nobody to. But of course, that is not true. But you see, let us not, that new habit you have acquired must have been during the recess period. Don't bang tables. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to plead with you, Honorable Speaker, that, please uphold the order that you made. That is the only way that this ministry can be held to account by this parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we say that we allow the committee 28 days, given what is happening on the ground, Mr. Speaker, without the ministry being held accountable, I think we'll just be throwing our hands in the air Mr. Speaker, we are here, if you look at the solemn words in our prayer, Mr. Speaker.
Now,
we are here, Mr. Speaker.
Don't worry about the prayer. We say in the prayer, so it's alive, it's with all of us.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So we are here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not here in any contest with my colleague, Honorable Kaluma. And he must feel like I feel. All honorable members here, we are all here for the interests of those whose interests we have been committed to our charge. And we are here.
Honorable Lentoimaga, you will not speak. Now, if you wanted me to tell you that, I must listen to what the member who has raised. You could be also from a budget-prone area. It doesn't matter. But you have not raised any issue. It can't be that, no, we don't want those sympathies. He has not, I thought he was making a request for a statement. He was not looking for sympathies. If he wants sympathies, he can go and hold a rally at Uhuru Park and call all of those who want to sympathize. But now we are dealing with serious business. He is raising some very serious issues. And you must allow me to hear what he is saying so that we know how best to tackle the matter. It may well be that actually the committee should invite the cabinet secretary and all those involved,
Yes, sir.
and the Honorable Kamket, so that now the Honorable Kamket will not require the sympathies of Honorable Sankok, Honorable Ntoimaga, Honorable Joyce Koril, all of who appear to be so excited about this matter, so that maybe when the Honorable Kamket appears before the committee, alongside the cabinet secretary and others, a lot of these issues which are exciting you will actually be resolved. Perhaps Honorable Kaluma, do this. Have a meeting. That's a committee. Hold a meeting with the cabinet secretary, because the issues the Honorable Kamket is raising cannot be addressed here without the cabinet secretary and the other people involved in the security docket.
Previous directions.
Yes, thank you.
That we meet within 7 days.
Yes.
So that in as much as that meeting may still require that we go down, these perspectives is bringing can be put together.
Exactly, because then the Honorable Kamket will have an opportunity to raise all the issues he's raising, so that the cabinet secretary and all those who may be in a store could respond. And even as you make arrangements to visit the area, perhaps you will have now more information, and perhaps even the logistics will be, maybe you might not want to go to the areas he has mentioned, because the Honorable Kamket has raised, and those are very serious issues. And I think some of them, we live in this country. So some of the issues he has raised, I'm sure many of you have even seen, read about them or even watch them on television. So it may be good that the Honorable Kamket raises those issues, and then those people, the police and all those in the security docket, are able then to give appropriate responses. The Honorable Ntoimaga, you may have been a DC, but you are no longer a DC. You are now another member of parliament. So also, if you have issues in your area, you will raise them in the same way, but don't bang tables also.
Mr. Speaker, just one, and finally, Mr. Speaker, I heard what Honorable Kaluma was trying. He was trying to put me down. Mr. Speaker, I just saying one word. I am a leader and I am ready.
Honorable Kamket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. No, this is not the place where we deal with suspects or criminal suspects specifically. So, if anybody suspects that you have committed a crime, they should deal with you out there, not here. We know you to be the honorable member for Tiati and the chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Yeah? So, in the course, within 7 days, let that meeting happen, and I would want to make sure that you are in attendance, because I think it's fair that you go and raise those issues there. Those of you who also wanted to support him, go and support him now before the committee. So because those issues, I'm sure the Honorable Ntoimaga, who is an expert also in those issues of banditry, will be able to. All those who have interest in banditry, please, or who are victims of banditry, it's not debate. There's no debate. All of you who have interest in matters banditry, or because you are either victims or sympathizers or whichever, please appear before the committee on that day. Honorable Kaluma, please allow all of them to say what they have to say, so that then you bring a holistic report. so that we will be able, you can also help us know who among them it should be on the radar. Yes. I think let's just edit there. Leader majority.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, and today, Thursday, February 11th, 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, I wish to officially welcome members back from the long recess. It is important for members to know that this first part of the session is normally very busy. The budget cycle is about to begin and to entail review of the budget policy statement, which we expect to receive from Treasury next week, as it has a statutory timeline of February the 15th, 2021, which is Monday. Then the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. This is some of the key business that ought to be concluded by 30th of April 2021. We've also already received the first supplementary estimates for the year, financial year 2020-2021, which will require to be fast-tracked by committees before the annual estimates for the next financial year are received. And Speaker, on Tuesday next week, at both the afternoon and evening sittings that were approved yesterday, we shall consider the second reading of the following bills, including those we do not conclude today. The
members who are making your way, I think it's important to listen to this, including the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Tuesday afternoon and evening sitting, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Afternoon and evening sittings. This is important because I can see that many of you may have forgotten that you passed that motion, that there will be an evening sitting. Yes, from 7. So please, that's why I wanted all of you to pay attention, because I don't want you to place your requests if you're not accommodated at this period between 2:30 and 6:30. Remember, you can still be accommodated between 7 and 9 p.m. We are legislators. I think we should be able to sit and do that work. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first bill we'll be looking at is the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2020. The Kenya National Blood Transfusion Service Bill, which is National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2020. The County Government's Amendment Bill, which is Senate Bill number 13 of 2018. The National Cohesion and Peace Building Bill, which is Senate Bill number 35 of 2018. The County Statutory Instruments Bill, again, which is Senate Bill number 21 of 2018. The Impeachment Procedure Bill, which is Senate Bill number 15 of 2018. And the County Law Compliance and Endorsement Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2018. Members will note these have actually been awaiting completion since 2018, and it's time we process them to conclusion. Honorable Speaker, we shall also be prioritizing several bills that are awaiting committee of the whole House in the coming week. And through you, Honorable Speaker, I urge members with any amendments to any bills to forward them to the office of the clerk in good time to ensure they are processed and published in the order paper in a timely manner. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, February the 16th at 11 a.m. to schedule business for the coming week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, appointment of members to the Committee on Members, Services and Facilities.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 175 and 212B, subsection 3, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Member Services and Facilities. Number 1, the Honorable Ezekiel Mashogu Ombaki, MP. The Honorable Dr. Swarup Rajan Mishra, MP. The Honorable Samuel Moroto Chumel, MP. The Honorable Rehema Hassan, MP. The Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, MP. The Honorable Charity Kathambi Chepkwony, MP. The Honorable Generali Nixon Kiprotich Koril, MP. The Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, MP. The Honorable Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga, MP. The Honorable Elisha Ochieng Odhiambo, MP. The Honorable Elsie Busihile Muhanda, MP. The Honorable Engineer Thaddeus Kithua Nzambia, MP. The Honorable Christopher Wangaya Aseka, MP. The Honorable John Walter Owino, MP. And the Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP. Honorable members, this is basically a reappointment of the entire committee because of the work they've been doing, and we hope they will use this session, it's a sessional appointment, they will use this session to sort out some of the issues that members are facing, especially some of, in terms of whether we can access our gym facilities. And we would hope that one of the priority areas, once we reappoint this committee, is they would look at when our gym can be open, because members have asked that in view of these extended sessions, they would want to also refresh and be able to stay longer. So it's an important committee. It's in charge of our facilities. I know people just think of it from a catering, but it includes even the facilities where we are seated here and even our online facilities to ensure that we can participate. It's an important committee, and I believe under the chairmanship of the Honorable Mashogu, it's been doing quite a job. So I want to urge members that we renew their term, and then we also task them with our responsibility to ensure that we're comfortable and our catering facilities are also in good shape. And the rest of the members' recreational services in the gym and other areas. So I beg to move, and I would wish to ask one of my fellow members within the House Business Committee, the Honorable John Buddy, to second, and we'll figure out who seconds the other committees.
Honorable Buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is basically to reappoint the same members who served in this committee in the previous session to the same committee, and that is maybe a vote of confidence from the House Business Committee, from the leadership of both houses, and the Selection Committee, and again the House Business Committee on the same members. And therefore, we are seeking concurrence of this House that we give the same membership a vote of confidence to continue serving us in this committee. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this committee cannot be overemphasized. This is a committee that has gained, let me call it, prominence over the years, and now is at the center and the core of our parliamentary work. I will only urge, as well as the same way the Leader of Majority has also mentioned, that there are certain facilities like the gym that I think now we need to get a way forward about it. And if there is, I think a lot has improved in terms of services, but still, again, there's much more to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have much to say about this committee. I think all members know what it stands for. And with those remarks, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is pursuant to the provision standing under 175 and 212B, subsection 3, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Members' Services and Facilities. 1, the Honourable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, MP. 2, the Honourable Dr. Swarup Rajan Mishra, MP. 3, the Honorable Samuel Moroto Chumer, MP. 4, the Honorable Rahema Hassan, MP. 5, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, MP. 6, the Honorable Charity Kadambi Chepkon, MP. 7, the Honorable Generali Nixon Kiprotich Koril, MP. 8, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa, MP. 9, the Honorable Beatrice Nkatha Nyaga, MP. 10, the Honorable Elisha Ochieng Odhiambo, MP. 11, the Honorable Elsie Bushile Muhanda, MP. 12, the Honorable Engineer Thundius Kithua Nzambia, MP. 13, the Honorable Christopher Wangaya Aseka, MP. 14, the Honorable John Walter Wino, MP. And 15, the Honorable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP. The desire of the House that I put the question. Very well. But even just to note, even as the committee has been asked to look into the gym, I'm sure that for purposes of the leader majority, for purposes of members refreshing, because we'll be sitting for many hours, I hope they will also see how they can ensure that members also refresh in the 30 minutes at the other place across, where members also take refreshments. But only to caution that don't over-engage in that other place. Well, the refreshments should not be such as to make you incapable of communicating. So now, members, I put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of standing orders 175 and 212B, subsection 3, the House approves the appointment of the members whose names are read out to the Committee of Members, Services and Facilities. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Appointment of members to the Committee on Parliamentary Powers and Privileges.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 15, 1A, subsection 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017 and Standing Order 175, this House approved the appointment of the following members to the Committee of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges in addition to the one specified under Section 15, 1A1 of the said Act. Number 1, the Honorable Josephat Kafinga Wachira, MP. The Honorable Kalisha Gufu Wario, MP. The Honorable Francis Chachu Ganya, MP. The Honorable Vincent Kipkurui Tuwei, MP. The Honorable Anthony Gidiaka Kiai, MP. The Honorable Gladwell Jasire Cheriot, MP. The Honorable Captain Retired Didmas Wekesa Baraza Mutua, MP. And the Honorable Oscar Kipchumba Sudi, MP. The Honorable Johanna Ngeno Kipyegon, MP. The Honorable Andrew Mwadime, MP. The Honorable Omar Mwinyi Shimbwa, MP. The Honorable James Onyango Koyo, MP. The Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuona, MP. And the Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mogaka, MP. Again, Honorable Speaker, this committee is a sessional committee. Members have been behaving rather well. It has not had a lot of occasions to have to meet to dispose of matters to do with members' discipline. But especially as we get closer to the end of this year and bearing part of the intolerance we are seeing, the committee may have to be called upon to give guidance to the House on some of the things. And we do hope that the members here, when called upon, will rise to that occasion. There's only one slight change to this committee. The second member, the Honorable Kalisha Gufu Wario, joins afresh from another committee, and I'm sure he'll be well inducted by the other members. And this committee, Honorable Speaker, as you know, you chair it, and I know you have raised indication that perhaps in the change of standing orders that you may wish that it be chaired by an independent member from within the House rather than from the chair. But I beg to move, and I would want to ask one of the super disciplinarians in this House, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I second very briefly, is to say that this is, of course, one of the committees that is really required now, especially after we have seen quite a number of issues, but always outside the House. And it's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that you can see, even in this, in the constitution of this committee, there is fairness, including some members who ordinarily would have been partakers of discipline for the many things they do outside. But luckily, Mr. Speaker, all members, actually, most of the members could behave differently outside there, but when they are here, they behave well. I pick specific one here, Honorable Johanna Ngeno Kipyegon, who behaves very well within the chambers. Well, outside, I'm not so sure he does the same, but well, you see, we are not so much bothered about what happens outside the chamber. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I propose a question again, which is that pursuant to the provisions of section 15, subsection 1, paragraphs A, subparagraph 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and standing under number 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges, in addition to the one specified under section 15(1)A Roman 1 of the said Act. 1. The Honorable Josephat Kabinga Wachira, MP. The Honorable Kwaricha Gufu Wario, MP. The Honorable Francis Chajuganya, MP. The Honorable Vincent Kipkurui Tuwei, MP. The Honorable Anthony Githiaka Kiai, MP. The Honorable Gladwell Jesire Cheruyot, MP. The Honorable Captain Retired Didimas Wekesa Barasa Mutua, MP. The Honorable Oscar Kipchumba Sudi, MP. The Honorable Johanna Ngeno Kipyegon, MP. The Honorable Andrew Mwadime, MP. The Honorable Omar Mwinyi Shimbwa, MP. The Honorable James Onyango Koyo, MP. The Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuoma, MP. And the Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mogaka, MP. The Honorable John Bandi desires to make a contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting the motion. But I just want to mention something, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, image of Parliament is very important. So whatever you do, even outside there, reflects on the image of Parliament. And this committee is the one that is in charge of executing, actually discipline in Parliament or in the National Assembly. And so the behavior out there should reflect the fact that they hold discipline of members of Parliament very highly. So I just want to request, actually I couldn't oppose this in the Committee of Selection, but the Honorable Oscar Sudi and the Honorable Johanna Ngeno and the Honorable Didmas Barasa, let them remember that the image that they carry out there is very important, so that when we put them in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, Mr. Speaker, one would expect that when they hear that a member is in discipline and is subjected to Oscar Sudi for discipline, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether how many of us would be confident. Oscar Sudi, and even lately, my friend Johanna Ngeno, subjecting Honorable Mbadi for discipline before Oscar Sudi, Johanna Ngeno, and Didmas Barasa. I'm just, there's nothing really wrong I'm saying, but I'm just requesting that going forward, the image of Parliament that they should carry outside, because they have not been misbehaving inside here. That I must give them credit. 4. But even in funerals, people will ask, these are the people who discipline members of parliament. No wonder there is no discipline. So that was just a caution. I don't know why other members are agitated, because I'm talking about the image that they carry across. Mr. Speaker, that is what I wanted to say. And so with all due respect to these members, and by the way, I've done it in good faith, I have nothing really against the said members of parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Well, I deserve the House to put the question. That pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, subsection 1, paragraph A, Roman 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and standing under 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges, in addition to the one specified under Section 15, 1A, Roman 1 of the said Act. And that one is actually the Speaker. 2, the Honorable Josephat Kabinga Washira, MP, the Honorable Kwadicha Gufu Wario, MP, the Honorable Francis Chachuganya, MP, the Honorable Vincent Kipkurui Tuwei, MP, the Honorable Anthony Githiaka Kiai, MP, the Honorable Gladwell Jesire Cheruiyot, MP, the Honorable Captain Retired Didimas Wekesa Barasa Mutua, MP, the Honorable Oscar Kipchumba Sudi, MP, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno Kipiegon, MP, the Honorable Andrew Mwandime, MP, the Honorable Omar Mwinyi Shimbwa, MP, the Honorable James Onyango Koyo, MP, the Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuoma, MP, and the Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mugaka, MP. Will as many as for that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion. Appointment of members to the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Honorable Junaid, what is your point of order?
No, Mr. Speaker. Just the motion that you have just passed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I checked the ranks of the military in the country, you can only retire as a major and going up. But you have just said retired Captain Didimas Barasa. Mr. Speaker, captains are not recognized when they are retired. Mr. Speaker, that title should be. This is a House of Records, Mr. Speaker. It will go to the records of the House that he has retired as a captain, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that's a matter that maybe the clerk's office should look into, because I have sat here with retired Captain Nakitare from Transoya, wasn't he? And he was recognized here as a retired captain. Wait, maybe I don't know whether was he recognized as retired or tired. One of them. Retired. Anyhow, point noted, Honorable Junet, Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175 and 207, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Number 1, the Honorable James Kanini Kega Madenge, MP. Number 2, the Honorable Moses Lesonet, MP. The Honorable Bernard Masaka Shinali, MP. The Honorable Ruth Wangari Mwaneki, MP. The Honorable Sarah Paulata Korede, MP. The Honorable Samuel Moroto Shumel, MP. The Honorable Fatuma Gedi Ali, MP. The Honorable James Gishoki Mugambi, MP. The Honorable Marcelino Malimo Abere, MP. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP. The Honorable Josephine Naisula Lasuda, MP. The Honorable Jude Jomo, MP. The Honorable Florence Chemgetich Koskei, MP. The Honorable Masi Wanjiku Gakuya, MP. The Honorable Francis Kuria Kimani, MP. The Honorable Alfred Kipto Keter, MP. The Honorable CPA John Badi, MP. The Honorable Mili Odiebo Mabona, MP. The Honorable Dr. Benson Makali Mulu, MP. The Honorable Samuel Onunga Atandi, MP. The Honorable Badi Twali Badi, MP. the Honorable Engineer Mark Nyamita, MP, the Honorable Paul Abur, MP, the Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuona, MP, the Honorable John Sakwa Bunyasi, MP, the Honorable Richard Onyonka, MP, and the Honorable Joseph Manje, MP, and to note that this effectively will move the Honorable Joseph Manje from the Committee on Implementation simultaneously. Honorable Speaker, as members will be aware, the Budget Committee has a life of 3 calendar years in accordance with our standing orders. And those 3 calendar years started in 2018 because we had a late start because of the repeat elections. So they did 2018, 2019, and 2020. And hence we'll have another 2 calendar years of 2021 and 2022. So they will have the onerous responsibility, obviously, of working on this budget for 2021-2022 and processing the budget for 22 and 23, which will obviously be tabled before this House in early January, from January. And as I said yesterday, that within our calendar, members who have noted that we have, if you could protect me from Honorable Junet, Honorable Speaker, as I said yesterday, members will be aware that instead of coming back in February, next year we'll actually be coming back in January, so that we have an accelerated, more time to process the budget issues before we go seeking re-election or making other decisions on what we want to do and appearing before our rendering account before our voters. So it's an important time, and I would want to ask, I know the committee has not had challenges. We've had to make 3 changes to the committee, not on account of incompetence, but because of other considerations, to just make, and this involved the inclusion now of Marcelino Abele comes in as a new member. The whip, Emmanuel Wangwe, comes in as a new member, and Joseph Manje comes in as a new member. And obviously, these are totally new committee. The old one stood disbanded at the end of, anyone, if you don't find your name in the new reconstitution, then you know your name has been dropped. The Speaker, I'm surprised that the Honorable Junet, as a whip from the NASA side, is raising issues. They're the same names, but he's a whip, so have given me the names, and he's one of the whips. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and we'll be asking the Honorable Kainan, who is the secretary to the party parliamentary group for the Jubilee Coalition, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the list as read by the majority leader. Sorry, I came late. But I think it's good to emphasize that the Budget Committee is the nerve of our parliamentary activities, and I know right now at this difficult time as a result of the COVID crisis, I hope they will apply prudent policies and ensure that our country does not go broke, and also ensure that all sectors of our economy are also funded properly, and wish the new members and all members good luck. I know it will be a very busy committee, and therefore I stand to second.
Members, I wish to propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 175 and 204, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Appointments. No, sorry. I think I moved faster than that. Sorry. It's order number 10. I repeat. propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 175 and 207, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Number 1, the Honorable James Kanini Kega Madenge, MP. The Honorable Moses Lesonet, MP. The Honorable Bernard Masaka Shinali, MP. The Honorable Ruth Mwaniki, MP. Wangari Mwaniki, MP. The Honorable Sarah Paulata Korere, MP. The Honorable Samuel Moroto Chumer, MP. The Honorable Fatuma Gedi Ali, MP. The Honorable James Gichuki Mugambi, MP. The Honorable Marcelino Malimo Albele, MP. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP. The Honorable Josephine Naisula Lesuda, MP. The Honorable Jude Jomo, MP. The Honorable Florence Chemngetich Koskei, MP. The Honorable Masi Wanjiko Kakuya, MP. The Honorable Francis Kuria Kimani, MP. The Honorable Alfred Kiptol Keter, MP. The Honorable CPA John Bandi, EGH, MP. The Honorable Mili Odhiambo Mabona, MP. The Honorable Dr. Benson Makali Mulu, MP. The Honorable Samuel Onunga Atandi, MP. The Honorable Badi Twalib Badi, MP. The Honorable Engineer Mark Nyamita, MP. The Honorable Paul Abur, MP. The Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuoma, MP. The Honorable John Sakwa Bunyasi, MP. The Honorable Richard Onyonka, MP. And finally, the Honorable Joseph Manje, MP. Which is the point? What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker, and to leave. Mr. Speaker, when Parliament did their standing orders and made this committee to be a committee for a period of 3 years, there was a reason for it, Mr. Speaker. And the reason was to allow as many members as possible to serve in this committee, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important committee for this country and for this House, Mr. Speaker. All other committees were put for 5 years term, the period of the whole Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And this one was decided in the wisdom of the House that members should serve for 3 years, so that they can give way to other members also to serve in the same committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is fortunate, or it is good that you have been the Speaker, even in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker. This matter came up in the 11th Parliament, and it was raised by Honorable Jacobi Midiwo, Mr. Speaker. And that is when the House changed the standing orders so that we can have it for 3 years and it can be changed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the committee that decides how the national cake is shared in this country, Mr. Speaker, through this House, Mr. Speaker. We should have members who have not served in this committee for the reasons that, Mr. Speaker, we know what happens in this committee, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to impute improper motives, Mr. Speaker, on the committee and in the House, on the House, Mr. Speaker. But we know each other, Mr. Speaker. The kind of revenues that go to their constituencies, the members of this committee, Mr. Speaker. Let's call a spade a spade. Chairman, you are just a burial committee chair of the other day. Keep quiet. This committee has been in existence for the last 8 years. You've just become a chairman the other day. Mr. Speaker, it is in my view, and urge members, we reject this list, so that we have representation from other members who have not served in this committee, Mr. Speaker, so that Honorable Bokose can get an opportunity to take some development projects to his constituency, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Maoka Maore can have, if we are going to have the 27 members who have been there, Mr. Speaker, we want to know from the committee the list of projects that have gone to those 27 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us be fair. The fairness must begin in this House, Mr. Speaker. It can't begin outside the House, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with the members that we should not allow this, because the last Parliament refused it. This Parliament also must reject it, Mr. Speaker, and let us have other members. If you have served a 3-year term in that committee, please give way to another member. Please. This is not a committee that was formed for you, Mr. Speaker. With those few, Mr. Speaker, I am urging our members here to support me in rejecting. The members who are there, who have performed very well, whom we need their expertise, like my chair, my leader here, who's a senior accountant in this country, maybe some lawyers who can help them in law, like Millie Odhiambo, we can discuss at the level of party. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot have members who have served for 3 good years. Some of them have benefited from projects through that committee, Mr. Speaker, of enormous amount, Mr. Speaker. Kindly, these other members also are elected like you. They need to take care of their constituencies. They need to participate in the sharing of the national cake because they also represent people. They don't represent cows, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging you, I'm urging members here, this list must go down. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very untidy for me to respond to my whip. Because again, my whip is, I think I've never had a very good working relationship with anyone like I do have with my whip. Ideally, or ordinarily, it was the whip who should have forwarded the names, but because of some other commitments, in fact, I had to leave Homa Bay to come. Actually, the leader of majority called me that I need to be here. I was supposed to be in Homa Bay for a very important function of the Catholic Church, but I had to leave home to come and sign off this list because my whip was engaged elsewhere. And I actually shared with him after, in the spirit of disclosure, I actually shared with him after this. And well, he did have problem with 1 or 2 names I'm not going to mention, but we agreed that since I'd already reappointed the same members, it would be okay. Mr. Speaker, I just want to caution that let us not scandalize ourselves. Because really, when it comes to committees and people using committees to lobby for funding for their constituents, it happens every day. I've been in the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, and I will tell you that at that time, we got funding from the Ministry of Education. And there's nothing really wrong with that, because the money went to the schools in my constituency and the rest of the members of Public Accounts Committee. In the Committee of Transport, I know that out of the fuel levy fund, there's some allocation that goes to those members of those committees. And there's nothing really wrong, because this is a discretion of the Cabinet Secretary for Transport. Now, when it comes to budget, if there is any committee, Mr. Speaker, I wish the members could listen to me. If there is any committee that cannot put any money without this House knowing, then it is the Budget Committee. Because every report of the Budget Committee, including the appropriations bill, passes through here. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to caution ourselves. Let us not feel incited. If you look at the membership of this committee, some members have just been appointed to this committee last year when we made changes to the committee, like Honorable Kanini Kega. There is Honorable Fatuma. No, Fatuma has been there. Malimo has not been there. Emmanuel Wangu has not been there. The Honorable Atandi is new. Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi was not there before. Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi came in last year. We moved him from Public Accounts Committee to this committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I know some of the members, like myself, have been in this committee for long. And by the way, this is the only committee where I sit, the substantive committee. So, and then like Honorable Millie Odhiambo only sits in one committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to just persuade my friends and whip that please just allow this to go on, proceed, so that we don't appear like fighting ourselves. But the bottom line is that you cannot scandalize a particular committee. Yet we know, even right now, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me today, Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Kaloma Internal Security may get 1 or 2 police officers based on their lobbying. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
But what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is quite unfortunate to hear from the leader of minority that committees benefit from the committees where they are. Like myself now, where I'm in Committee of Powers and Privilege, what privilege do I get from it? What is it? The other day, Mr. Speaker...
Perhaps sitting in my boardroom and having...
What do I get from you, Mr. Speaker? Honestly, Mr. Speaker, I did say it, and the answer can bear me true here, last year, that there are members of committees, neighbors, we are neighbors in constituency, development projects are being done, and we are being questioned that so-and-so is doing A, B, C, D, and you are not working for it. And they are taking pride out of this. Like when he talks about the Committee of Transport, it is true. Some of them were bragging to us that they have been given a tune of 50 million. 50 million, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at it, they are using the expertise. And I'm sorry, the leader of majority, who is before me here, is emphasizing on these shameful activities that are taking place within the committees and the ministries. This one, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to say is not right, and we must actually find this as corruption within the committees and the ministry concerns.
But now you're talking about committees. It looks like you may need to reconstitute all the committees. Is that what you are saying? It's good that you appreciate the full implications of certain decisions that you may make in the heat of the moment. It's going to reflect on some of these things before you. You recall in the last parliament, for some reasons which I'm sure they are already on record, we had to suspend the operations of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations. But again, it's not, there will be, they say, some bad apples here and there. But I don't think whether it is, you cannot do a blanket condemnation. Honorable Milio Diambo, you want to say something? I want to hear the opposite gender.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me just say that it's unfortunate that we are raising such issues before the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason that we have Kamkunji. If I was part of the leadership of this House, I would actually urge that we do not vote, but step down this and have a Kamkunji. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, I am saying this is because, let me just, Honorable Mbadi, don't insist that we vote so that it's thrown out. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we need leadership. We need leadership for reasons that we represent constituencies. And because we represent constituencies, you said something very important. My colleague here is telling me that he also sits in privileges where they've only met once. I used to be in privileges and we met once. But I asked him, are you in privileges alone? He says no. He's in another committee. And perchance these committees, I'm not saying the benefit, because I'm not in any of those committees, so I don't know. But perchance they benefit. If you benefit in transport, then you don't benefit in privileges, it's okay. So the speaker actually just got words from my mouth. That therefore, if perchance people are benefiting for their constituencies, not for their persons, not individually, then let us reconstitute all the committees so that those who have been benefiting in health can leave those who have not been benefiting to benefit, those who have been benefiting in transport to go and serve in the committee that has been constituted, the one for catering. Let the ones in transport go to catering. Let those who are in health go to somewhere else, Mr. Speaker, if that's the way we want. However, I would want to encourage that should we want to go that direction, I would request the leadership that we have a Kamkunji, because then there are things that we need to say in a Kamkunji. But having said that, I also just want to put record straight that I was in this house when the budget committee in the last parliament was reconstituted and the matter was raised by Honorable Jakoyo. How people got to know is just because of what Honorable Mbadi says, that whenever budget committee brings anything into budget, it becomes very apparent before the floor of the House, because the report will show Suba North, Suba South. It will show all the MPs in those areas. However, when a member of transport benefits, it becomes very difficult for the House to know, because it will be hidden and embedded in the respective ministries, not in this report. Because of the way budget works, we don't work through any ministries, but then the oversight specific ministries. So they are likely to benefit. So even as we go this direction, I would want us and urge us to be very sober. And I really regret that this is the way we go. I've been in parliament now 3 years, and I get shocked at the way we move in this parliament. We don't need to raise certain issues before the floor of the House. There is a reason we have a Kamkunji, and I want to encourage us to have more Kamkunjis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But honourable members, even as I will allow you to make your contributions, but I think it's important, even as we discuss this matter, we take the following into account. That the House resumed its sittings on 9th of February. It's just yesterday morning that you approved the new calendar for this session. But in that calendar, if you check, and the little majority did indicate earlier, it's a tradition we've adopted that we provide for when we resume the first session of the first sitting of the other session, the 6th, which will be the last for the 12th Parliament. And the little majority did point out that you will be coming in January for the simple reason that next year being an election year in Kenya, you will be required to approve several things. One, the budget policy statement. Remember, in 2017, if I could jog the memories of those that were here, we were discussing the budget policy system was actually submitted sometimes in December, of 2016, because we had to go through several other processes. And remember, the Constitution merely provides in 218 that the Cabinet Secretary will table before Parliament the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation Revenue Bill before 30th of April. But now, since then, there's been a lot of litigation, and I'm sure and hope that you members, you follow these things. You know there is the recent Supreme Court advisory, by way of a ruling actually, that there can never be a division of revenue, there can never be an appropriations act before a division of revenue act is in place. So that puts quite some strain on what we have been used to traditionally. It means that even this year, we must pass the division of revenue bill and have it assented to before we can come to think about the appropriations bill. Now, having resumed on 9th, and the PFM Act, as well as our standing orders, providing that the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury shall submit to Parliament the budget policy statement on or before 15th of February. It became necessary for me to direct the clerk to write to the leader or majority, leader minority, that we need to have names of the people who are going to sit in this most of these committees which are being reconstituted, sessional committees, and particularly, more importantly, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, because the 15th is Monday next week. And it is also time-bound. You know, the various departmental committees, again, you'll all have to go and start burning the midnight oil, considering, flying through the budget policy statements, and give your reports to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. If there's no Budget and Appropriations Committee, which I think is what you want, then I think then you want to submit it to who? To the Powers and Privileges Committee or what? Which is not the committee expected to deal with that. So even so there was need for us at the administration of Parliament to seek the leadership to give us the names of the people to sit. And it's for that reason that you found the Honorable John Bundy explained that he had to travel, because it was important, it was necessary that these names are in place. Because going beyond today, we go beyond today, then when do you have the Budget and Appropriations Committee? So, honorable members, that's why I said, even as you make whatever decisions you make, you must also bear in mind that we are also bound by the laws of this land. It is Parliament that enacted the Public Finance and Management PFM Act 2012. It puts those demands. Now, the Supreme Court decision has also placed further demands on the House. So, you know, honorable members, even as you make your contributions, I think you must bear all these factors in mind. Honorable Sankok, I can see you are really burning to say something.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, because I'm a member of the Committee on Selection, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as you have rightfully explained, we are really constrained in terms of time, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we sat yesterday, the whole afternoon, Honorable Speaker, making sure that we have these committees in place, especially this Committee on Budget, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, coming from the whip, that is the one that is complaining, and we received the names. And I remember that we had the people even calling the whips, so that some names that were missing, Honorable Speaker, had to be consulted from the whips, especially Honorable Junet, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let us not bring personal differences into such things, Honorable Speaker, because as a House, we have to put our own benefit ahead of the benefit of the whole country. And for the sake of the whole country, and for the sake of the budget process, Honorable Speaker, we need this committee in place, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as I sit in the Committee of Selection, Honorable Speaker, we really did consult wide, Honorable Speaker. Some of us were making phone calls to make sure that we really put in place. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to, Honorable Speaker, the issue of maybe some members benefiting or others not benefiting, let us think of our country first. Because considering the time constraint, Honorable Speaker, you know, I think even Honorable Millie had just spoken very well, Honorable Speaker. Some issues here, you don't have to really bring all these issues in front of the, I read malice, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular, and we should pass, Honorable Speaker, so that we can move forward as a country, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I support.
No, honorable members, I think, do I see it? Let me put the question. You make the decision one way or other, you know. In any event, honorable members, you know, remember you have another sitting at 7 p.m. So let me put the question, you decide one way or other. You know, I'm lucky because I'm not supposed to vote. So even if you tied, the motion will be lost. You will not get my vote. So, honorable members, I put the question that, why am I getting it? Yes. Pursuant the provision of standing under 175 and 207, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable James Kanini Kega Madenge MP, the Honorable Moses Lesonet MP, the Honorable Bernard Masaka Shinali MP, the Honorable Ruth Wangari Moniki MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Korere MP, the Honorable Samuel Moroto Chumer MP, the Honorable Fatuma Gedi Ali MP, the Honorable James Geshoke Mugambi MP, the Honorable Marcelino Albere, MP, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP, the Honorable Josephine Naisula Lesunda, MP, the Honorable June Jomo, MP, the Honorable Florence Chemngetich Koskei, MP, the Honorable Mase Wanjiko Kakuya, MP, the Honorable Francis Kuria Kimani, MP, the Honorable Alfred Kipto Keter, MP, the Honorable CPA John Bandi, MP, the Honorable Millie Mabona, Odhiambo Mabona, MP, the Honorable Dr. Benson Makali Mulu, MP, the Honorable Samuel Onunga Atandi, MP, the Honorable Bandi Twalib Bandi, MP, the Honorable Engineer Mark Nyamita, MP, the Honorable Paul Abur, MP, the Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuona, MP, the Honorable John Sakwa Bunyasi, MP, the Honorable Richard Onyonka, MP, and the Honorable Joseph Manche, MP. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is there no dispute, is it? Very well, next order.
Order number 11, motion. Appointment of members to the Committee on Appointments.
Chair of Committee on Selection.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175 and 204, this House approves the appointment of following members to the Committee on Appointments, in addition to those specified under Standing Order number 204-1. 1. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, CBS MP, the Honorable Dr. Rachel Kaki Nyamai MP, the Honorable David Gikari MP, the Honorable Joyce Akaye Maniko MP, the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashatani MP, the Honorable Maito Sabina Wanjiru Chege MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Korere MP, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan Abdi MP, the Honorable William Kamuren Chirchir Chepkut MP, the Honorable David Olesankok MP, the Honorable Lydia Haika Mnene Mzigi MP, the Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa MP, the Honorable Masi Wanjiko Kakuya MP, the Honorable James Kanini Kiaga Madenge MP, the Honorable Alfred Kipto Keter MP, the Honorable Junet Sheikh Nur Mohammed MP, the Honorable Dr. David Eseli Simiyu MP, the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma MP, the Honorable Francis Tom Joseph Kajwang MP, the Honorable Esther Mudhoni Rosanna Pasaris MP, the Honorable Gertrude Mbeu Mwanjaje MP, and the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu MP. Honorable Speaker, as members may have noted, again, this committee serves for a 3-year term and a second term of 2 years. This is a committee that determines whenever appointments have been referred from the President, and it's chaired by the Speaker. Again, it's not a very busy committee. Members have actually had very little in terms of meetings, and when we looked at it from selection, we said it will not be good to then reconstitute this committee. We are not even sure whether there will be how many more appointments will be made, and hence bringing in people from other committees and putting them in this committee and losing the institutional memory, the institutional strength that's already been created with this committee for 1.5 years is perhaps not the best thing to do, and hence the whole committee has been reappointed in total. So I just wanted to alert members on that. That is the situation. And I would like to ask members that we don't have this feeling that members get into committees for personal benefit. I certainly would be very disappointed if we had that the feeling, the agitation for specific committees is because of a perceived benefit in that committee. Because then I would wonder, why would members even want to serve in the first, in the committee, in the chairperson's panel, sitting here for 3 hours, and I'm not sure they get any benefit from sitting on that chair. But it's a service, and I believe that's what we need to focus at the end of it all, that we are here to serve, to make Kenya a better country than it is. rather than any benefits that might accrue because of you serving in a committee. In any case, it goes against Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And I think the Speaker, you have ruled on this severally, including the way we conduct ourselves in committees, including the issue of escorting people who appear before committees so that you are not seen that because someone appeared before a committee and the committee members are escorting that person, that perhaps they are going to debate how to change the issue that were there. The issue of independence becomes very critical. And I would want to believe, as has been said, the transparency that's actually brought in by the Budget Committee and by others, by tabling the reports here so that people can see, what was the rationale for the decision the committee arrived at, and based on that we make a decision, not on deals that were cut in places outside. And I would like to believe that we actually, when a committee brings a report here on any matter, any inquiry, is because they have exercised their mind and experience and professionalism into the matter rather than going to negotiate for a personal benefit or even a constituency benefit. So I would like to believe that's what's happening. That's how I was trained. That's how I want to see the Parliament moving going forward. And hence, even those who have appointed, should it appear to us, and I believe we have discussed this at length with my colleague, the Leader of Minority, that should it appear to us that members are extracting rents in the committees, and we will get to all that information from the people who appear, then we'll be the first ones to actually ask the whips to de-whip those members so that we have a cleaner 12th Parliament and set the pace for the 13th Parliament. And I think that we'll stick to that standard, and the members will be at liberty to take any action on me. But I'll clean up before they clean me out, because I wouldn't worry. I've been impeached before for taking a stance, and I would be happy to take the same stance to ensure that we have some sense of integrity and decorum in the way the committees will work. And I believe members are here. We will support in terms of ensuring that we don't go down as the 12th Parliament, as a Parliament where we are seen that we only serve in committees for benefits. Such that today, even, Honourable Speaker, when we extend time to serve Kenyans and dedicate time at night, because of the kind of insinuations we're making on our own selves, the media then says we extended time so we can get more allowance. Surely, if I'm out of here, I would make more money than sitting here for an extra 2 hours. And I'm sure it's the same with most of these members. So on this committee on appointments, I would hope we don't end up with the same situation of saying that we need more people to get more experience on vetting of appointment, because we don't even know whether there'll be an appointment or not between now and the time we close. And it's also very difficult to reconstitute committees. By the time you reconstitute one committee, by moving people around, you end up reconstituting the entire House. And that's not an exercise that will take the next 1 week. It could take longer. So I wish to just ask members, and I want to thank members for just having voted very well on the Budget Committee, because we are almost at the verge of saying, looks like perhaps our leadership is not being appreciated in this House by the comments that I had. Honourable members, I want to plead that we move on with this and other changes, and I want to move that we approve these names and ask my colleague, the Leader Minority, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to second this motion. And just to say that we are basically almost retaining, apart from maybe a few changes, the membership. But in addition to these members, there are some who are already specified in our standing order. So this is in addition to those members. Mr. Speaker, the Leader Majority has mentioned something that I thought is worth also talking about, the image that the media tries to portray about Parliament. I know sometimes it is hard to change the perception of the media, but I think, Mr. Speaker, remember when we were in the House Business Committee, even for us to agree to add the two meetings, the two sittings of Tuesday evening and Thursday evening, we really labored the point, and it was not very easy for us to agree because we felt that first, 7 to 9 would be too late for members. And again, we were also looking at the workload and looking at the fact that this is probably the last most critical session of this 12th Parliament. And we were also looking at what is happening elsewhere. The House of Congress, when you go to the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, how they sacrifice and spend more time. And then for the media to turn it around and make it appear like we are creating 2 more sittings to get money. Really, the sitting allowance in this Parliament, I don't think would motivate, so to speak, if you ask me, to choose between the 5,000 a sitting that I get and maybe something else that I would be doing that evening. I would probably opt. And that is why you will find many members will not even appear here in that sitting. But there will be enough members out of the 349 to transact business. This evening, we are likely to transact the referendum law, which is very critical if we have to go for referendum. And these members, and I want to plead with them, I haven't sent out a message, my whip sent out a message to the members to be here at 7 to discuss this referendum bill. So it is actually, I don't want to call it a sacrifice, but it is we are taking responsibility as members of Parliament elected by our people to legislate, to deliberate on issues that affect this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the media sometimes to also be kind to these members of Parliament. Many of us sacrifice a lot to sit and legislate for this country, even though it is our work, Mr. Speaker, but I don't think we do everything here just when we are just motivated with financial gains. If that were the case, many of us would not even be here, or we would make technical appearance. Many of us, Mr. Speaker, since 2:30, we have been here, seated here. No one has glued us on these chairs. We are here to do business. So that is what I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker. But again, let not the discussion that went around the budget, the issue of the budget committee appear like it was a big issue. I think it was just an issue of discussion. And going forward, probably we will be consulting on certain issues much better, as we have been consulting before, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I second.
I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision standing under 175 and 204, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Appointments, in addition to those specified under standing under 204, subsection 1. 1, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP, the Honorable Dr. Rachel Kaki Nyamai, MP, the Honorable David Gikaria, MP, the Honorable Joyce Emanicol, MP, the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani, MP, the Honorable Maito Sabina Wanjiro Chege, MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Korele, MP, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan Abdi, MP, the Honorable William Kamren Chirchir Tepkut, MP, the Honorable David Olesankok, MP, the Honorable Lydia Haikam Mnene Mzigi, MP, the Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa, MP, the Honorable Masi Wanjiku Kakuya, MP, the Honorable James Kanini Kega Madenge, MP, the Honorable Alfred Kiptol Keter, MP, the Honorable Junaid Sheikh Nur Mohammed, MP, the Honorable Dr. David Eseli Simiyu, MP, the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma, MP, the Honorable Francis Tom Joseph Kajuang, MP, the Honorable Esa Modoni Rosana Pasaris, MP, the Honorable Gertrude Beyu Mwanyanje, MP, and the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu, MP. That's how the House I put the question. I've ever put the question which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, Orders 175 and 204, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Appointments, in addition to those specified under Standing Order 204, subsection 1. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe MP, the Honorable Dr. Richo Kaki Nyamai MP, the Honorable David Ikari MP, the Honorable Joyce Emanikor MP, the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashatani MP, the Honorable Maitu Sabina Wajiru Chege MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Korer MP, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan Abdi MP, the Honorable William Kamren Chirchir Chepkut MP, the Honorable David Olesankok MP, the Honorable Lydia Haika Mnene Mzigi MP, the Honorable Rehema Dida Jeldesa MP, the Honorable Masi Wanjiko Kuya MP, the Honorable James Kanini Kega Madenge MP, the Honorable Alfred Kipto Keter MP, the Honorable Junaid Sheikh Nur Mohammed MP, the Honorable Dr. David Eseli Simiyu MP, the Honorable George Peter Pondo Kaluma MP, the Honorable Francis Tom Joseph Kajuang MP, the Honorable Esa Mudhoni Rosana Pasaris MP, the Honorable Gertrude Bayu Mwanyanje MP, and the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu MP. Will as many as what opinion say aye? As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 12, motion. Further changes to the membership of various committees.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that further to the resolutions of the House of Tuesday, 5th December 2017, and Wednesday, 15th of July 2020, appointing members into various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 173. This House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified here under. Number 1, the Honorable John Waluke Koi, MP, to be appointed to the Public Accounts Committee. The Honorable Faisal Abdallah Bader, MP, to be appointed to the Committee on Implementation. The Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing to the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. The Honorable Janet Nagambo Wanyama, to move from the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The Honorable Nelson Koech, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. The Honorable Gideon Kimtai Koske, MP, to move from the Public Accounts Committee to the Special Funds Accounts Committee. And the Honorable Abdi Koropu Tepo, MP, to move from the Special Funds Accounts Committee to the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, as members will be aware, the Honorable Waluke and the Honorable Faisal Abdallah have not had any committee. The Honorable Faisal is a new member in Muksambweni. He just he came in on an independent, as an independent candidate, and he rightfully moves into the Committee on Implementation. And the Honorable Waluke did not have a committee when we were reconstituting, so he's now been allocated a committee in public accounts. And the Honorable Nelson Koech did request to be shifted from the committee where he was, because he was serving with a close relative in a committee, and he thought we don't want to make it a family affair, and hence he requested to be shifted. And in terms of accommodating those three, it's also cost now shifts elsewhere, because you need to know where to move people around, also based on other considerations and requests, either from the chairs or from other members in the committee, to create the gap to accommodate those. And that's how complex it gets. And obviously, there was the Honorable Tepo moving in to fill the position that was left by Honorable Sankok when he moved out of the Cohesion Committee. So, members, I think we've also received several requests from members feeling they want to move. But my request would be that we, first of all, give another 1 month or 2 for things to settle. We look at the attendance registers, we get some reports on the performance of members, and we have more discussion for any further changes that members would want to see. I know there are members who have only one committee. There are some members who might have more than one committee, or some with 2, some with 3, and we need to rationalize all these things, but without a rush. Because if we do it in a rush, we'll end up in the same situation like we're in. So I would like to ask that members do agree to this list, and these changes basically affect mainly membership within the Jubilee Coalition, and hence I beg to move, and I would ask my Deputy Whip, the Honorable Maoka Maore, to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second.
Members, I propose the question, which is that further to the resolutions of the House on Tuesday, 5th December 2017, and Wednesday, 15th July 2020, appointing members into various committees, and pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 173, this House further approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. 1, the Honorable John Waluke Koi, MP, to be appointed to the Public Accounts Committee. 2, the Honorable Faisal Abdallah Bader, MP, to be appointed to the Committee on Implementation. 3, the Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing to the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. 4, the Honorable Janet Nangabo Wanyama, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. 5, the Honorable Nelson Koech, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 6, the Honorable Gideon Kimtai Koske, MP, to move from Public Accounts Committee to the Special Funds Accounts Committee. And 7, the Honorable Abdi Koropu Tepo, MP, to move from the Special Funds Accounts Committee to the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. I put the question. Very well. I put the question, which is further to the resolution of the House on Tuesday, 5th December 2017 and Wednesday, 15th July 2020, appointing members into various committees, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 173, the House now approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Honorable Aluke, MP, to be appointed to Public Accounts Committee. The Honorable Faisal Abdallah Bader, to be appointed to the Committee on Implementation. The Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing to the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. The Honorable Janet Nangabo Wanyama, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The Honorable Nelson Koech, MP, to move from the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. The Honorable Gideon Kimtai Koske, MP, to move from the Public Accounts Committee to the Special Funds Accounts Committee. And the Honorable Abdi Korobu Tepo, MP, to move from the Special Funds Accounts Committee to the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And the changes take effect immediately. Next
order. Order number 13, motion. Approval of sectional paper number 1 of 2020 on the Kenya Wildlife Service Policy.
The Chair of Environmental Committee, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on the Kenya Wildlife Service Policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, and further approves the sessional paper number 01 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, the sessional, Madam Speaker, the sessional paper number 01 of 2020 on wildlife policy from the Departmental Committee, from the State Department of Wildlife in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife was laid on the table of the House by the leader of the majority party on 28 July 2020, and therefore stood committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, the wildlife sector is currently being guided by the post-independence policy sessional paper, number 3 of 1975, entitled A Statement of the Future of the Wildlife Management Policy in Kenya. The policy set out a strategy for integrated wildlife conservation and management based on the participation of both communities and the private sector. Madam Speaker, the main goal of the policy was to maximize returns from the wildlife as a national resource. Madam Speaker, the policy was affected by the enactment of the Wildlife, that is Conservation and Management Act of 1976. And thereafter, Madam Speaker, the Act was amended in 1989 to create the Kenya Wildlife Service for the conservation and management, as well as the protection of all wildlife in Kenya. However, Madam Speaker, it is noted in the proposed policy that the 1975 policy was not capable of addressing emerging challenges and the realities in the sector, including effects of the climate change, weak linkages between science and policy, rapid population growth, rapid economic development that has encroached on space for wildlife, increased human-wildlife conflict, which the members of this House are really been agitating on, as well as inadequate coordination of the sectorial policies relating to governance of environmental resource. This, Madam Speaker, necessitated a review of the policy. Madam Speaker, the rationale for the need of the new policy is that Kenya prides itself as the second-ranking country in Africa, after South Africa, in hosting diverse animal species. It is home to over 1,100 bird species and over 350 mammal species. It is also home to more than 7,000 plants species, over 25,000 insect species, and over 224 fresh water species. Madam Speaker, the wildlife and its associated habitats and the ecosystem are significant economic assets, as well as rich natural heritage. The goal of the new policy, Madam Speaker, therefore, is to create an enabling environment for the conservation, sustainable management of wildlife for the current and future generation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the proposed wildlife policy aims at averting the fragmentation of natural habitats and sustaining the ecological processes underpinning the diversity of ecosystems. Madam Speaker, the policy document contains 6 chapters. Chapter 1, Madam Speaker, elaborates on the origin of wildlife policy and practices in Kenya since 19th century. Chapter 2, Madam Speaker, reviews the status of the wildlife conservation in Kenya. Chapter 3 articulates the overall goal and objectives of the policy, including the guiding principles underpinning the policy. Chapter 4, Madam Speaker, contains proposals on 14 thematic areas that define sustainable wildlife conservation and management. And chapter 5, Madam Speaker, contains legal and institutional arrangement necessary to bring about reforms in the wildlife sector. And finally, Madam Speaker, chapter 6 contains proposals and prescriptions necessary for the operationalization of this policy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the following socio-economic changes and threats to wildlife call for more effective conservation policies. A, promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 with the provision and imperatives for the devolution, sustainable exploitation, utilization, management and conservation of the environment and natural resources, and ensuring sharing of the accrued benefits. B, biodiversity has assumed enormous importance globally and nationally for its role in sustaining livelihood. C, Madam Speaker, wildlife has become a strategic national asset as its economic use has expanded in terms of nature-based tourism. And D, Madam Speaker, pressure on wildlife have been rising rapidly due to encroaching human population, rapid economic challenges, as well as intensified resource use. And Madam Speaker, escalating new threats and challenges, such as sophisticated poaching, climate change, and its impacts, among others. F, Madam Speaker, increased human-wildlife conflict. And finally, inadequate research innovations and technological capacity. Madam Speaker, the key features of the Wildlife Policy 2020 include the following. A, provision of the establishment of protected areas as the principal strategy for conserving and managing wildlife, and strongly advocate for integrated management. B, proposes for intervention to avert fragmentation and of natural habitats and sustaining the ecological process underpinning the diversity of the ecosystem, Madam Speaker. C, provision on mitigating human-wildlife conflict and enhancing coexistence between wildlife and human beings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the policy also proposes means and reasons for mobilizing support and developing partnership between national and county governments, government agencies, community and private land owners with jurisdiction over land holding significant population of wildlife. Madam Speaker, the policy reaffirms the right of the people to assess and benefit equitably from the wildlife resource as provided for under the Constitution of Kenya. F, Madam Speaker, the policy provisions provide for the voluntary wildlife conservation intervention, including incentives for the wildlife conservation and management in private and community land outside the government-protected areas. And G, Madam Speaker, proposals on measures and means of increasing access and sustainable use of wildlife resource while ensuring equitable sharing of benefits. And F, Madam Speaker, the policy proposes to expand the scope of wildlife-based enterprises for landowners, including bioprospecting. Madam Speaker, the policy also introduces new definitions, terms, and places to capture the new developments and emerging issues, especially in regard to the Constitution and international best practices. And finally, Madam Speaker, the policy provides for the reorganization of the wildlife sector to streamline operations and clarify the laws and responsibilities of the various sectors, including separating the powers and responsibilities between the ministry and the Kenya Wildlife Service. And finally, the policy emphasis will be placed on conserving wildlife, not only within the government protected areas, but also outside private and community conservancies by adopting the new concept of sustainable participatory wildlife conservation. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources held various sittings on 25th September 2020. We also held sitting on 21st October 2020, as well as on 24th, to consider the session of paper number 1 of 2020 on human wildlife policy. The committee observed that the sector needed a new policy document to address the new challenges and dynamics in the sector, and therefore unanimously resolved to support the session of paper number 1 of 2020 and wildlife policy. Madam Speaker, I therefore urge this House to adopt this report on the human wildlife policy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's also good to be conscious that this House have been seized with issues of human wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, I remember from Kibwezi East, which you represent, you have received several petitions across the country, Savo, all over, because of the current issues of human wildlife conflict, Madam Speaker. And we strongly believe this is a sessional paper, and the policies therein will be able to adequately address the issues of human wildlife conflict, which are really affected the issues of conservation. Madam Speaker, therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the committee members for their resilience and devotion to duty, which made the consideration of the policy successful. I would also like to appreciate the offices of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for always providing guidance and direction to the committees in the discharge of their mandate. I therefore, Madam Speaker, I also appreciate the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife for the engagement with the committee and other stakeholders during the consideration of the sessional paper. Finally, Madam Speaker, I commend the Secretariat for exemplary performance in providing technical and logistical support to the committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and now call upon the Honorable Francis Chachu to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chachu for seconding. Honorable Chachu for seconding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on session paper number 1 of 2020 on wildlife policy. Madam Speaker, wildlife resources are valuable national endowments that must be managed sustainably for current and future generations. Madam Speaker, the wildlife is a bedrock to Kenya's tourism industry. Madam Speaker, the wildlife-related tourism sector contributes about over 10% to our gross domestic product, our GDP. In addition, Madam Speaker, the sector contributes over 18% to the foreign exchange earnings of this republic. Madam Speaker, the wildlife sector is currently governed by 1975 wildlife policy. Madam Speaker, the 45 years old wildlife policy Madam Speaker, the 45 years wildlife policy, are well-intentioned, it may be, is not able to deal with current challenges facing the wildlife sector in our country. Madam Speaker, there are many emerging challenges that this sector faces. Among them, Madam Speaker, is habitat conversion, poaching of wildlife, population growth, and to this, Madam Speaker, is the issue of competing land uses and further development in our national park and sanctuaries. Madam Speaker, the introduction of this sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on wildlife policy is the end result of wildlife policy reform process, which have been ongoing since 2010. Madam Speaker, the wildlife policy reform intends to align the sector to reforms in our current constitution, that is 2010 constitution. Madam Speaker, the new policy will enable the nation to address the current challenges facing wildlife and biodiversity conservation. Madam Speaker, the new policy addresses several challenges facing the sector at the moment. This includes, Madam Speaker, among others, management of national parks, reserves and sanctuaries, management of wildlife on private lands and community lands, Madam Speaker, the issues of wildlife security, interventions related to human-wildlife conflict, the issues of bioprospecting, access to genetic resources, Madam Speaker, the issue of management of our endangered wildlife species, our rhinos, and many other species, Madam Speaker. In addition, Madam Speaker, the whole issue of research and monitoring of wildlife in this country. Madam Speaker, I urge the House to adopt and approve the sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on wildlife policy. Madam Speaker, once this House approves this policy, it will enable the government through this House to initiate legislative processes
that will amend the Wildlife Act that's in place at the moment, and this will enable us to address the challenges highlighted in this section of paper. Madam Speaker, Kenya has always been a leader in wildlife conservation. And Madam Speaker, it's really important that we support this section of paper, because what we had governing our wildlife management in this country is what we had in 1975. Madam, it's 45 years old. It's archaic. It's not relevant to the current challenges facing wildlife conservation, and it's not even in line with our current constitution. It's for this reason, Madam Speaker, it's so critical that we are able to adopt this section of paper, which is the current wildlife, which will be the new wildlife policy, and this will enable us to be a leader as we have always been in management of our wildlife resources in this republic. Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
You beg to second. Very well. Our members, I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the reports of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on the Kenya Wildlife Service Policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, and further approve sessional paper number 01 of 2020. Let me have the first one on my request list is the member for Makueni, Honorable Manso Kitonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute on a very, very important policy. I rise to support it, Madam Speaker, and congratulate the committee and the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife for a job well done. Policy is very important in every department, and I wish you could have more of this. I'm aware the ministry, the Department of Cooperatives have also presented their policy to Parliament, because without policy, you can't really make law, or you cannot amend law. But the moment you have policy in what is also known as mwongozo in Kiswahili, it streamlines the activities of that department, and when we amend the laws, we tie to that policy, it is achieved after a very thorough investigation and consultation as to what should be happening in that department. We are aware the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and especially when it comes to wildlife itself, there are a lot of issues which are pending in the country. They also occupy a lot of land, and there must be a way of demarcating the borders so that to avoid wildlife conflict with the people. This morning we learned from Member of Parliament Sawa, who was presenting something on a certain tree, a certain crop from coast, which when it's planted, yes, it is a Kiswahili word. This has been witnessed in Taita Taveta, in Makueni, Kitui, and many Meru and many counties in the country. And that has not yet been resolved. And I believe through this policy, we are going to come up with a system and even a budget to make sure that the conservation areas are well secured, fenced, and the animals do not kill people, every other day. And our life is very, very precious. The question is, who is more important, the animal or the human being? And we have to have a balance so that we make sure the animals are safe and the human beings are also safe. One of my disappointments in all this matter of wildlife, and I'm sure Chair and members will assist me on this, is the issue of snake bites. A snake now has been removed from the schedule and in the lower eastern areas, among other areas in the country. At least every year we lose about 250 people. So in this policy, if we had a system of, or if we could consider bringing back the snake as one of the animals one could be compensated for in the schedule, it would be better, so that also the wildlife team comes up with a better way of securing snakes for the right purposes, so that snakes don't kill people. A snake bite is very, very dangerous, especially from certain species of snakes. And nowadays, I've learned from doctors and scientists, they're even unable to treat a snake bite because snakes have sort of intermarried, or for lack of a better, they have They have crossbred. And even you are coming up with the snakes which never used to be there, and the poison even you have no, and some the anti-venom for it. So with this particular problem, Madam Speaker, together with the other problems surrounding these, we really need to come up with solutions because you can see that's nature and things have changed. So I'm going to work with the chairman and your team so that we can serve our people better. Really, removing a snake bite as one of the compensation animals, was really unfair to many Kenyans, and a lot of families have suffered. Last week, I helped a young child, 6 years only, who got a snake bite, and a very dangerous one, and the doctors were on strike, and actually 2 other incidents of school-going children died. And really it's painful when we lose a person out of a snake bite and there's no compensation, or we have a better way of managing it and coming with the medication to make sure this wildlife conflict with the people does not affect people further, and we give solutions as a house. I really thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. It is true that when Ami has a speaker, I have no votes on this. But I'm sure before the end of the debate, because we have 2.5 hours, I may be sitting as a representative of the people of Kibwezi. And for sure, the chairman did protect me very well that I've brought a lot of petitions. But on that matter, I want to give the member for Ndebez, the Honorable Pukose Robert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to begin from where my colleague left, Honorable Manso. I think when you say the snakes have bred and now it's a kind of misleading. What happens is snake bites, there are various types. You have neurotoxic, which once it bites you, it affects the nervous system, and death is within a very short time. Then you have other cytotoxic, hematogenous, and the rest. Despite that, I agree with you on the issue of snakes being included in the schedule. And when I used to practice medicine, I used to sign P3 forms for people who have had snake bites, and they used to be compensated by the Kenya Wildlife Service. So I think it is upon this House to rectify that mistake and make sure that that is corrected, because snakes are part of the wildlife. And when you even go to, like for example, you go to Kitale Showground, we have a snake park. And even internationally, there are snake parks. So I think it's important that that is taken care of. Madam Speaker, looking at this policy one of 2020, I think I think either we've slept on our job for a long time or our predecessors, because having a bill that, having a policy that has been in place since 1975, it has actually met a lot of challenges. And I remember in the 11th Parliament, we passed the Wildlife Conservation Bill that is now effective. And normally, the policy comes before the act. And the policy should have been in place early enough to make sure that things are done the correct way. Because when you look at now...
Order. The member consulting or speak to Honorable Millie or the Ambo. Order, Honorable Member. Order. Can you... First you freeze. Then do the necessary.
The member for Kajiado West.
I didn't want to mention because we are just 2-3 days after we resumed. But other members, it is important. You said the member for Kajiado West, yeah, but you don't. You have no powers of the speaker, honorable member. Yes, thank you.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and sorry for that interruption. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the bill should come before the act. The policy should come before the act. And when we pass the bill, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that even those issues which were addressed in the act have not been taken care of by the ministry, because issues about the human-wildlife conflict, actually, that is the biggest issue that needs to be addressed. And I remember there was a special there was a special committee that was formed, headed by the former IG, that moved around and was seeking opinions of the public and members on how to improve even on this policy. And when they came to hear from members where we come from, areas of wildlife, I represent a constituency where we have Mount Elgon National Park. And issues pertaining Mount Elgon National Park have actually, we have issues of human-wildlife conflict where we have animals feed the elephants, destroying the crops of my constituents. And when it comes to compensation, people go through a very tedious process. You get the agricultural officer to come and document and all that. Madam Speaker, I thought the Honorable Member for Kajiado West interrupted and wasted my time, so I wanted to be added at least a minute or two.
You're already also wasting your time.
Okay, I was just requesting, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the Mount Elgon National Park, actually, we have had cases of our animals, the elephants, destroying crops. We've had cases of warthogs coming and eating crops. We've even had cases of humans being killed by wildlife. And when it comes to compensation, it is a very tedious process. Policy should be able to address that, and I've seen.
The member for Tharaka constituency, General Murugara Gitonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make my contribution to this particular policy paper, bearing in mind that this is not the first one, and I'm 100% sure it is not going to be the last one. Going back into history a little bit, we had all papers right from the time of the colonial government, including the Devonshire White Paper of 1923. And its policy was that Kenya was a black man's country and the interests of the black man were supreme. I can confirm that, in fact, nothing came out of that. And from there, even after independence, we had the sessional paper number 1 of 1966, which was on African socialism. Nothing came out of that apart from creating 10 millionaires and 10 million paupers. Even after that, in the next regime, we had what used to be called the District Focus for Rural Development, another paper similar to this. Everyone's guess as to what came out of that is as good as mine. And the only one that we saw which possibly had some results was the Vision 2030, another policy paper, which for 10 years, Honorable Mwai Kibaki was in power. Actually, we saw fruits towards the realization of that paper, but I cannot confirm how far we have gone in that because we are 9 years to 2030. This is a good policy paper, and if it is implemented by the government, we are likely to turn around what we see in our tourism sector. Tourism is next after agriculture in terms of production to our economy, and it is therefore vitally important that we actually emphasize and put a lot of thought on paper as regards how we can improve tourism. Wildlife is part of tourism. In fact, it is the bigger part of the tourism sector that brings tourists to this country, and therefore we must at all times endeavor to ensure that our natural heritage, which is wildlife, is actually protected. And we do this by having our national parks and game reserves. But the question we keep on asking every day is who benefits most from national parks and game reserves? How much of what we get from these areas, which are located in our various counties, how much of it do we get? How much goes to the national government? This is what this policy paper should actually be addressing, because I do have a national park bordering my constituency, which is the Meru National Park, and my constituency is Tharaka. I can confess in this house that we get almost no benefit by the virtue of having that national park bordering my constituency. The only thing we get is human-wildlife conflict, whereby wild animals are out there terrorizing us, destroying our crops, and we receive no compensation from the government as regards that. That said and done, it is important to implement this policy to the letter. If we do so, what we have in mind is that we will have a robust tourism sector grounded on wildlife, because this policy paper is on wildlife, and we will be able to turn around tourism in our country, which today, as we speak, we are nowhere in a competition with South Africa. They are miles and miles ahead of us. Tanzania, which is our neighbor here, has also overtaken us, as a result of which we are now trailing, and we are seeing diminishing numbers of tourists coming into the country. This is a paper that can turn around this. This is a policy, if implemented, and doesn't become a dead letter policy paper, can actually bring a lot of benefits to the country. Those are my comments on it, and the House will take a decision as to how, whether to adopt or not adopt.
Do you support or you don't support? You leave it to the House.
I leave it to the House.
Then you debate it. The Honorable Member for Kajiado South. No, Metito Judah.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important policy, and I speak in support of it. And Madam Speaker, I really have a lot to say on wildlife issues. I can actually talk for 2 days about wildlife issues without referring any document, because I was born and raised in areas where wildlife live, or what we call in communities that live with wildlife. Same to you, Madam Speaker, because I know we border together one park, the Tulu National Park. I border Savo West National Park, and the whole of Amboseli National Park is in my constituency. So I really don't think 5 minutes or 10 minutes are enough for me to say issues about wildlife. But let me just say this. In formulating this policy, if you look at in the document itself, what they call the rationale, that is 1.2, rationale for a new wildlife policy. When you go to 1.23, among so many, I just want to pick two, B and C. That is 1.23, B and C. One of the rationale is conservation and management of wildlife in national parks, national reserves, and national sanctuaries. Second, which is C, very, very important, conservation and management of wildlife on private and community land. That is very key, private and community land. Then when you go to what they talked of, the people they consulted when they were making this policy, haven't seen much, because they said 1.3, the process of formulating the policy. There are only two. One, extensive literature review. That is, getting what they call the best practices in the books. And number C, analysis and documentation of best practices. I haven't seen a much consultation on people who lives with wildlife, especially the conservation and management of wildlife on private and community land. These are the people who should be consulted most, because if you read through the policy, they acknowledge, I'm talking of government, they acknowledge that 70% or more of the wildlife live outside the protected areas. But Madam Speaker, when you go, so those people, meaning they live on people's private and community land. But having said that, what are the issues that need to be addressed? One, proper implementation of the law, and I thank the committee led by my good friend, Mheshimiwa Kareke Mbiuki, because they have noted that there have not been full implementation of the current law. And that goes to compensation. In the current law, we passed in this House that there should be compensation of loss of wildlife, loss of crops, damage of both of them, livestock and crops, and also loss of life of the people, Madam Speaker. But we see it hasn't been done. I know that the pending bills on this issue of compensation all over the country at the KWS headquarters or in the ministry, the relevant ministry, is over 2 billion. 6 billion. That's what I'm being corrected by the chair of the committee. 6 billion. Therefore, there is need. If we keep making good policies and we fail to implement, Madam Speaker, that is a problem. Two, and they have noted, Mr. Speaker, that some of the reason is in 2.23, they say inadequate incentives. Inadequate incentives, meaning the people who live with wildlife, I wish I could be given some time, Madam Speaker, is that there is no inadequate incentives for them to continue living with these wild animals. There should be, to me, even exemption of some taxation to businesses that are conservation related, like the lodges, the hotels, in those areas that are living with wildlife. They should also, Madam Speaker, incorporate the community living with wildlife in the management and conservation on decision making, even appointing those people in the boards that deals with wildlife, Madam Speaker. Recruitment of rangers just to man this wildlife, Madam Speaker. Sharing of resources, even those parks now in the county, a certain percentage of that revenue should go back to those counties, Madam Speaker. Grazing and watering of livestock during dry season in those parks, Madam Speaker, should be allowed. But they are doing bad practices. Let me finish with this.
Let me just give 1 minute.
Madam Speaker.
As he borders three nations.
Yes, I am wondering, Madam Speaker. I was saying, why should Kenya Wildlife Service or even the ministry concerned, Madam Speaker, fence these parks? They fence like the way they are fencing the Chulu National Park, the Savo West National Park. They fence such that the wildlife, they're inside, but they are not. Actually, they're outside. So they refuse the livestock even to get pasture and water in those parks. But the wildlife come out of the park, Madam Speaker. That is bad practice, Mr. Speaker. So they should actually, come up with the policies that benefit also the communities that are bordering that. They should actually build school for those communities. They should dig boreholes. They should do dams. And they should also sponsor children in education, Madam Speaker, and include them when they are doing employment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope as we do the bill, these issues are taken care of, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. I can see the passion that you have, Honorable Metito, till you're addressing me as Mr. Speaker. Because I'm not, I'm a Madam Speaker, and I keep on saying that the man, the Mr. is part of me. Let me have the member for Mogosho, the Honorable Choichok Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also rise to say I welcome the policy, the Kenya Wildlife Policy 2020. First of all, perusing through the policy, I realized that it's really good. The committee have actually looked at many areas in which need to be streamlined. I know the Kenya Wildlife Service and our tourism are almost intertwined, Madam Speaker. We know that most of the parks we have in Kenya is a great attraction to both visitors and also us Kenyans to visit these sites. But there are also issues which are associated with this particular problem. We have the human conflict, and I know they have in the policy they have tried to address medication. Especially me coming from Mogocho areas, Madam Speaker, it's not really an area for wildlife as such, but it's almost like a corridor. We are experiencing a lot of elephant invasions from Laikipia area, and they also cross as they go towards Mau areas of Mau forest, and most of these elephants cause a lot of destruction. This particular year, Madam Speaker, my constituency suffered a lot. We lost a lot of crops in certain locations due to multiple times invasion from the elephants. However, it is, I like to say that
the other type of wildlife like the flamingos, which actually right now the best site to watch flamingos is Lake Bogoria, which is right in Mogotio, is another good, is a good site to see, and it's a wonder to behold. So I want to say that this particular policy addressing many areas, fragmentation of natural habitats, sustaining the ecosystem of wildlife, among others. But one area also which they need to address is employing youth which are actually closer to the wildlife conservation areas. We realize that like in Mogotio, Madam Speaker, most of these elephants cause a lot of destruction, and the people who could help us are the youth, but most of them have not been given the opportunity. But this year I would like to commend the Kenya Wildlife Service. They actually employed at least two youths in every ward in my constituency, and I'd like to commend the Wildlife Service for that good job. But I'd like them to continue expanding that employment of the youth in this sector of the economy. I know, listening to the member from Loitoktok, I agree with him that the consultation, Madam Speaker, was not extensive. Having just a literature review and also conducting best practices may not be adequate. Madam Speaker, save us from consultation here. It's a bit loud.
Order, honourable members, I must listen to the contribution of the member of the Mogosho.
Thank you, Madam
So
Speaker.
members who are stepping out of the chamber, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for saving me. But I would like to continue to say, I'd like to commend the committee for a good job. And I'd like to say that if the issue of compensation, Madam Speaker, is also key. We have had this issue of snake bites, which I'm told the ministry downgraded it with offering no compensation. I hope in your report, Chair of the Environment Committee, you look at the issue of compensation. This issue of sorry grass, laborers' way of claiming compensation should be looked into to make it simpler, so that when members also get snake bites, they get compensated. And also if the crops are destroyed, they are also compensated. We like also to see that you also do what we call CSR to assist the communities around the parks. They'd also like to benefit, not only the tourists. Hello, Madam Speaker.
Don't listen to the members, please.
So,
make your contribution.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to say, particularly this particular policy, I stand to say I support. Thank you.
You stand to support. The members who are Honorable Jeanette, is it a new session? Greetings with the member for I will do it when I want. He already did it. He's the latest married member of parliament, as far as I'm concerned, my records. So members, please let us have some decorum in the House. Let us consult in low tones, because we must listen to the contributions of members and note the contribution. I'm sure the chairman is also taking note on the contribution. Let me have the member for the nominated Ole Sankok David, member 001. And that is the member on my request list, members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to inject my voice on this very important session paper, number 1 of 2020 on Kenya Wildlife Service policy. Honorable Speaker, and I would like, first of all, to thank the chairperson for bringing such very important policy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but we have to think, first of all, on the issue of coexistence between communities that have coexisted with wildlife for a long time, Honorable Speaker, and what is their benefit and what is their role in coming up with such papers, Honorable Speaker, because they understand these animals, they have lived with this wildlife, Honorable Speaker, they understand them better, Honorable Speaker. And from what I have heard, Honorable Speaker, there was no adequate consultation. So I will also like the chairperson to also include, probably doing further public participation, including all the stakeholders around such wildlife areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I speak also because many people have been maimed by wildlife, hence joining my club of disability, and some of them are now competing with the little resources and the little opportunities that were there for us only, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, communities like the Maasais, we have paid the ultimate price for all the world to enjoy wildlife, Honorable Speaker. Some of them could have been extinct if it was not because of our protection and the price that we have paid, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and the price we have paid, first of all, land. We were reduced on the number of acreage so that we can have that massive land that Masai Mara, Amboseli, Savo sits on, Honorable Speaker. We'll be having more acreage in terms of land individually. But now, because of that land, Honorable Speaker, we have paid the price in terms of land, Honorable Speaker. We have paid the price in terms of our lives and our blood, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have so many families that have orphans, that have widows, that have widowers, Honorable Speaker, because of human-wildlife conflict, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also paid economically, Honorable Speaker, because this wildlife, Honorable Speaker, when 70% of them are not actually in their protected areas, Honorable Speaker. They are within our farms, Honorable Speaker. They have destroyed our crops. They have destroyed our livestock, Honorable Speaker. If you go to any boma of the Maasai, Honorable Speaker, you will find them that they have a calf who is being fed using probably uji, because the cow was eaten by lions, Honorable Speaker. You will find cows that have been milked without calves, Honorable Speaker, because the calves were eaten by hyenas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have paid economically for the world to enjoy wildlife, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and sometimes it is funny when they go for recruitment for Kenya Wildlife Service Rangers, Honorable Speaker, and they don't take the community that have been suffering, the community that have been harboring this wildlife, Honorable Speaker, the community that have protected this wildlife from extinction, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have coexisted with the wild animals, Honorable Speaker. We understand them better, Honorable Speaker. When now they have the board of directors or the director of KWS being from very far, somebody who reads books, who reads about animals, he does not really understand. Some of us know what is the benefit of a lion, what is the benefit of the other, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wonder why Amboseli Game Reserve is actually revenue goes to the national government. For what? We have the Masai Mara Game Reserve, which is being manned and managed by Narok County government. And that is why it is actually the eighth wonder of the world, because it is being managed by the owners and by those people who understand better the issue of wildlife, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Amboseli have never been ranked anywhere, Honorable Speaker. And Savo, why? Because it's being managed by office characters who move from one area to another, taking bath 5 times a day, and having high heels and just littering here in Nairobi, Honorable. They don't understand those animals. That is why we are saying Amboseli and Savo should be given to the counties that they belong, they manage. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do support.
The member for Kwanza, Wanyonyi Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have so much passion on this particular subject, and this policy, Madam Speaker, as some suggested by somebody else, we should have more time, particularly members of parliament that represent the areas where this human and the wildlife conservation are. I think for us to be able to enrich this, the chair of the conservation, and I want to say this, that because of that conflict, Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of problems, and understanding that, as you know, tourism has been our major foreign exchange earner. And today, as we are talking, it's actually almost dead. You don't see tourists coming. If they are there, they're just coming to, can you protect us from the argument out there? Yeah? I think
They're just concerned. You're protected. You are protected. You're protected. Remember,
so,
please carry on.
Madam Speaker, the conflict between the human settlement and the wildlife is the biggest problem. I come from Trans Nzoia. We had a very special rhino. They call him white rhino. Today it's not there.
The elephants in Mount Elgon are all gone. Reason is that just because of the conflict between the human and the wildlife. And therefore, Madam Speaker, for us to be able to move, we need to have incentive to be able to give the people actually around the animal, the game reserves and what have you, and they came back, to be able to protect them, to give them some incentive. I was in Savo the other time, and people are complaining. There's nothing they're getting out of it. All they're getting out of it is that the conflict, people being eaten up, or the livestock being invading the farms, and there's no more agricultural activity in those areas. Madam Speaker, I think for us to be more serious on this particular, so that we can bring back the tourism, which was actually the major foreign exchange earner, by getting the conflict resolution between the wildlife and the human settlement. There are so many challenges, I agree. That thing they keep on increasing, the new challenges, snake bites, what have you. We have museums actually with snakes, but you see, they are no longer there. So you find that there's nobody actually now wanting to come to our country because there's nothing to. I know we were in fact ahead of South Africa. South Africa today is ahead of us, just because I think we are not being very serious. So I want to ask, Mheshimiwa say it's not, but I can tell you, South Africa has surpassed us in terms of tourism, attracting tourism. We were #1 in the region, now we are not. So, Madam Speaker, I want us to be more serious and ask the committee to invite, or even have a Kamkunji to be able to get some of the information to enrich this particular policy for the prosperity of this country. And lastly, and not least, Madam Speaker, I also want to say that we should have a follow-up after this policy has been, you have received all the, you should have a follow-up to be able to have a committee to be able to follow some of the things that we have passed here, so that we can revive the tourism in this country. Madam Speaker, that's what I want to say. I have a lot of passion for this, but looking at what it is today, this policy has come at the right time, and therefore, Chairman, I challenge you to be more proactive, to be able to move faster, and to be able to have this policy paper enriched by calling some of us who have a passion on this, particularly the older generation. The young men may not be able to. They are just writing this in from without. But I'm sure members of parliament have quite a number of information to be able to give you to enrich this particular policy. I support the session paper.
You support. Let me have the member representing the people of Kipipiri, Honorable Kimunya Muhiga, who is also the leader of majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this session paper, and wish to recognize the work done by the committee. It's something they've been working on since the paper was tabled here, sometimes mid last year, and they've had the series of meetings. I've seen from the minutes and the deliberations they've been having. They've listened to experts, they've listened to people who came to appear before them. So even as we ask, like member who just finished before me, requested that we then call another Kamukunji to discuss. I believe the committee actually publicized, called for public participation, called for members to go and give views. But it's not unusual that at the completion of a task is when we remember we were supposed to have given views earlier. We saw this in the BBI report. After 2 years of seeking views, and on the tail end, everyone then wants to be enjoined in a discussion to make the document better. Honorable Chair of Environment, don't be discouraged that the request for more participation is not indicative that you've not done your job. I look at the document and recognize, in fact, it's a build-up from the earlier session of paper of 1975. So we are not starting from zero. But arising from the 2010 Constitution, I remember in 2012, which was passed in 2013, and because of issues that have come, lots of issues on the, human-wildlife conflict, the policy, the act, an act of parliament was passed in 2013. But again, this was premised on the policy framework that was like, colonial, historical, 1975, trying to bring it into line with the new constitution and the new challenges. But the good thing is we now have an updated policy, and I've gone through it. It's very systematically done, and I know Honorable Sankok did mention that perhaps not everyone was involved. When I look at it, it actually lists kind of details, apart from just the literature review, which is standard, apart from experts' input that expected of this kind of thing, but it also had a series of workshops and validation workshops, which involved all the people who really needed the players within the sector. Perhaps not everyone would have gone in there or known that there was something happening. It's not unusual. But I don't believe the experts and the people who attended, including some of the conservancies and all that where these issues are, represented the views. When you look at the document, I find very little that one can then change in terms of the issues that are contained. But you must also remember that tourism is one of our key sectors that we identified in our Vision 2030. Granted that it's been messed up by COVID, and that's not just in Kenya, it's globally. We would have wished to see more of our numbers and more people coming. Just the other day we were in Amboseli as part of parliamentary work, and we were encouraged to see the level of conservation that's going on there, and even the domestic interest that's coming in terms of people actually visiting. And the more we can do that, even at the local level, we will help boost our tourism so that even tourists coming from outside will need to see what is it the locals are going to see and then get enticed. But when we don't even visit the parks ourselves, how would you then encourage people to come from outside to come and see the animals when you cannot even explain to them what kind of animals we have, the difference between a buffalo and an elephant? And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to encourage. And this policy kind of captures some of those things. So I want to thank the committee and thank the ministry for at least now coming up with a policy, and do hope that we will then be looking at an update of the 2013 Act to see whether challenges between 2013 and now need to be incorporated within an updated Act.
You beg to support. The member for Funyula, the Honorable Ondo Ojambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support the sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on Kenya wildlife policy. Generally, Honorable Speaker, a policy statement or a policy document is a generality that gives guidance, gives basic expectations, that thoroughly analyzes the sector and comes up with intervention or remedial measures. I have had the opportunity to peruse through the policy, and I must commend the drafters of the policy that they did a commendable job. Many times you look at some policy documents written and you just get fed up after reading the first or 2 pages. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us as a country to understand and appreciate the importance or the central role wildlife plays in our life. When you look at the policy, they have clearly said Kenya is the second most diverse in terms of wildlife in Africa, and probably if you add on elsewhere in the world, Kenya would rank very well. It's therefore important that this policy is given the attention it deserves, and its implementation is escalated as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily, as we have said, a policy should precede the legislation administrative and institutional infrastructure. We are aware that this Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, number 47 of 2013. We do believe, out of the so many recommendations that have made, one central one should actually be a review of the Act, number 47 of 2013, to align it with this policy, to take into cognizance the very many changes that have happened, to take into cognizance the changed socioeconomic environment, so that we are in a position to ensure that the policy and the Act talk to the same thing. Honorable Speaker, as we talk about this policy, it is important that also this policy is read together with the National Wetlands Conservation and Management Policy, because many times those wetlands are the savior of wildlife. As we look at the various wetlands, as we look at the various forests all over the country, we must look together with this new policy. Honorable Speaker, wildlife presents our national heritage. We have no choice at all but to protect and conserve that wildlife. Wildlife attracts tourists, both local and foreign. And as we are aware, for many years, tourism was the highest revenue earner, foreign exchange earner. But of course, it is a contribution to the GDP has been falling over the years because of very many other issues all of us know, insecurity, the geopolitics, and just bad politics of our country. Therefore, it's hoped that this policy will manage to stem this negative trend and ensure that we see the best out of our wildlife, our heritage, and our source of revenue. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues on the issue of human-wildlife conflict. It is caused by changes in lifestyle. It is caused by changes in farming practices. It is caused by natural resource degradation. It is caused with so many other things. The ultimate end, Honorable Speaker, is that the human person, the communities, suffer a lot. The communities who have got a natural duty to protect the wildlife suffers a lot. And therefore, I want to join on my colleagues that one of the issues we need to look at is how do we, first of all, prevent a human-wildlife conflict, and if it happens, how do we compensate and restitute what has been lost, both to the wildlife and to the human beings. Therefore, the issue of the various, we know the budgetary constraint makes it practical and sustainable to compensate everybody. But we do believe there can be a robust way how we can achieve compensation, however tokenism it is, to those who suffer as a result of wildlife. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the approval of the sessional paper number 1 of 2020.
Very well. Let me have the member for Suba North, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support, and even in supporting, I want to say that I have a lot to say, but because I know we don't have much time, I'll try and compress. First, I acknowledge that this policy looks at both land-based and aquatic wildlife resources. Unfortunately, though, I seem to think that it gives too much emphasis on not only but to land resources. I know that there is mention of marine and aquatic, but it's much more emphasis on land. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I also am happy that it acknowledges plant genetic resources as wildlife, and even includes 7,004 as the plants that we have, with the 260 being endemic. And I want to say that I'm also happy that we have mentioned the issue of bioprospecting. What I would want to encourage is that we need to come up with a stronger law on protection of indigenous knowledge of beneficial properties of genetic resources. The laws that we have right now are not very strong. Then I also want to say I'm happy that it also acknowledges climate change, Madam Speaker, But again, the language is not very strong on climate change. If you look at my constituency, for instance, the rising water, and even in Baringo, the rising water levels has actually affected especially aquatic life. We have hippopotamus. Now you can be in your home and you find a hippo herding with your cows. There's a lot of human-wildlife conflict. Many people in my constituency are being killed by hippos every other day. And we are seeing phenomena that we have never seen before, because before, unless you attack their habitat, they wouldn't attack you. Now they are attacking fishermen going on in their ordinary business. The only challenge, again, even though it acknowledges compensation, but they should have emphasized the timeliness of the compensation, because if you are attacked and then you are compensated 10 years later, and somebody has lost their livelihood if they've lost a father. Madam Speaker, there's also something strange that is happening, that we are having dead fish that is floating, and very, very many different versions that is being said about it. Part of it could be climate change, and so that's why I'm saying that there should have been a stronger emphasis on that, and also on human-wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, the other issue is also because we also have Lambwe Valley that also has a park. And Madam Speaker, we also have a lot of also land-based human-wildlife conflict. And we must also change the law so that even attacks by monkeys should also be catered for. I know the government says that because those are very common, that should be catered for, but it is transferred to you as the MP, because then you are the one who must assist those people. Madam Speaker, the other issue is we must look at also human activity, which includes government action. Where I'm sitting here, I just got pictures of a very big boat or a ship that was appear to be harvesting sand in Takawiri Island, and then I'm told it is actually part of dredging that is supposed to allow a ship from Kisumu port to Tanzania. But even when they are removing that the sand, we don't know whether there's environmental impact assessment that has been done, public participation, and how it is going to affect also the aquatic life and the wildlife. That has not been done. So there are many, many multiple issues that need to be looked at, including what has been mentioned on the disease. On disease in Lambwe Valley, we have people struggling with the issue of tsetse fly. A lot of money has not been put in that regard. Madam Speaker, also the issue of new areas that need to be protected. We have bird islands that are not protected area, Mbashana Muholo, that have over 500 bird species that the government has not protected. Draws in a lot of tourists. Infrastructure in areas like my constituency. And Madam Speaker, because I can see I already have, I told you I had a lot to say, but because I don't have the time, I want to conclude by saying that also one thing that I find lacking is gender mainstreaming in this paper. How, for instance, some of these things are going to affect livelihoods of women who are going to be stopped from using charcoal and other means that they use. So then we should have put in that, and how young people would benefit from this. So I think the policy is a bit weak on some of those issues. Otherwise, I think we can address them. We can address them through legislation. I support.
Very well. The member for Isiolo North, the Honorable Onufo Oda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity also to contribute to this debate on policy paper number 1 of 2020 on national wildlife policy. I support adoption of a report by Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, and I also, by extension, support adoption of this policy paper. Madam Speaker, I also happen to come from a county which contributes a lot to conservation, protection and conservation of wildlife. As earlier speakers have said, actually 70% of our wildlife are found outside protected areas. We host these animals at a very high cost. If you look at the number of Kenyans who are seeking compensation from wildlife for deaths, for predation, for injuries and crop destructions, my county is among the top claimants. But unfortunately, because of poor financing of wildlife sector, our government and Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife is in arrears. This particular policy, I cannot say it is timely. Actually, it ought to have come much, much earlier. I'm surprised that as a country, we have been guided by a policy paper developed in 1975. And it's also unfortunate that in 2003, we came up with a legislation without having a policy to guide formulation legislation of that act. And therefore, this policy paper, which has benefited from wide consultation by the Ministry and the State Department of Livestock across the country, is aimed at addressing shortcomings or limitations of that old policy paper of 1975. There are challenges which the sector is facing currently. Human-wildlife conflict has become more rampant because the human population has increased, and there is continuous change of wildlife which interferes with ecosystems. Of course, our wildlife, both plants and animals, are found in diverse ecosystems on drylands, on savannas, our savannas, in the forests, in rivers, lakes, and so on and so forth. All these ecosystems have been interfered with. And therefore, if you interfere with the natural ecosystem or natural habitats of these animals, they are bound to fight back. And that is the reason why we are having human-wildlife conflict. To a large extent, what has been outlined in this policy paper will help us as a country to address the issue of land use, and by extension, the issue of human-wildlife conflict. There are other issues which are of very high concern to us, particularly in the ASAL. The issue of piracy of our genetic resources. A lot of our plants and animal genetic resources are stolen, and we don't have a strong law. And some of these things are done, by syndicates, international syndicates, and sometimes they are, sneaked outside the country without the communities which have invested heavily in protecting and preserving these resources getting any benefit. This policy has outlined by prospecting and utilization of genetic resources as one of the key areas, and it has also suggested strategies to ensure that all the stakeholders who contribute towards conservation of our genome are rewarded fairly and adequately, and so on and so forth. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest challenges that the sector has is poor funding. Of course, we all know that tourism is a leading foreign exchange earner for this country. But if we look at the amount of money allocated to this sector, it is not commensurate with the contribution of the sector to our economy. And the policy also addresses that, and it has also suggested other innovative ways of raising finances for protection and conservation of wildlife. Issues like carbon trading, for example, issues like paying for the ecosystem and so on and so forth. And I'm sure with all these strategies, we will be able to have a situation where those who seek compensation as a result of death and injuries and destruction of crops will have their compensation being paid in time. And therefore, I support. Thank you very much.
Then the member for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Muzigi Munene.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Hata mimi nichangie, na nataka kuanza kwa kupongeza kamati husika kwa kuleta huu mwongozo, na natangulia kwa kusema huu ni mwongozo ambao tuliuhitaji kama jana, kwa sababu kwa kaunti ambayo mimi nawakilisha, kaunti ya Taita Taveta, eneo kubwa la kaunti hiyo yetu ya Taita Taveta limechukuliwa na liko ni mbuga ya Tsavo. Asilimia 62 ya kaunti yetu ni hiyo Tsavo. Na kwa hivyo mbuga hiyo sisi kama wakazi wa Taita Taveta tunaiona kama imekuwa laana na sio baraka. Na sababu ambayo tunaona mbuga hiyo imekuwa laana na sio baraka ni kwa sababu wanyama kutoka kwa mbuga ya Tsavo wametuadhiri sana, tena sana. Wameadhiri wananchi, watu wamefariki, wameuliwa na wanyama, na mashamba pia kuharibiwa na mimea kuharibiwa. Na tumekuwa tukilalamika miaka nenda miaka rudi, hatujapata suluhu wala hatujawahi kuona watu wetu wakilipwa kwa ajili ya matukio kama hayo. Hivi majuzi tunajua watu wengi, mvua ilikuwa imenyesha na wengi walikuwa wamelima, lakini cha kushangaza hakuna mavuno kwa sababu ndovu walishavamia na wakavuna wao. Kwa hivyo nikiona mwongozo kama huu unanifurahisha kwa sababu unanipa matumaini ya kwamba kunaweza kuwa kupata mwelekeo ama mwafaka mzuri katika kusaidiana. Hivi majuzi pia kulikuwa na zoezi la kuchukua ama kuandika kazi kwa vijana kwa mbuga hizi za wanyama, na tulitarajia kama kaunti ya Taita Taveta tutaona vijana wetu wengi sana wamechukuliwa kwa kazi hizo kwa sababu tunaathirika sana na hii mbuga. Lakini cha kushangaza, vijana waliopata fursa ya kwenda kwa kazi hizo walikuwa wachache, na hiyo haikutufurahisha kamwe. Na ni mambo mengi inaweza kufanyika ili kuleta uhusiano mzuri, ili kama county tuache kuona ile mbuga tuache kuona ile mbuga kama ni ya kutudhuru tu. Tunaweza kufanya mambo kama mbuga ya wanyama wanaweza kufanya mambo, KWS wanaweza kufanya mambo kama ya kusaidia wakaazi wa county hizi ambazo ziko karibu na mbuga za wanyama kwa mambo kama ya kujengea mashule, mambo kama ya kusaidia mambo ya usambazaji wa maji, ili tu kuweka uhusiano bora na watu karibu ambao wanaishi eneo hilo. Na wakati ninaona mwongozo kama huu, ninafurahi na nimeupitia kidogo, na ninaona utatusaidia kiwango fulani, japokuwa si kamili, lakini ni bora, na ninaunga mkono ili uweze kuanza kutumika na watu wapate afueni. Asante sana Bi Speaker kwa fursa hii.
Very well. Let me have the member for Kilifi North. I think he's consulting. Is he in the room? He was just in the house, he's consulting. Tutu Masaba, Shedrack Mose. Those two are in the house and they are consulting from our consultation room. Wamunyinyi Wafula, Honorable. Member for Kandui.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this policy paper regarding wildlife conservation and management, Madam Speaker. This is a policy, I must say at the outset, Madam Speaker, that I'll support. Is a policy is a policy statement of government which prescribes a broad range of matters of principle, measures and actions that can be pursued to achieve sustainable wildlife conservation and management, while at the same time ensuring the principle of accommodation and coexistence. You know, the human-wildlife conflict is properly addressed. Policy is provided on how to deal with the issue of conflict. Madam Speaker.
Very well, and I wish to cut your contribution short, being a house of procedure time. Honorable Wamunyinyi, you will have a balance of 4 minutes when the debate resumes. So, and we'll give priority to your contribution. Our members, the motion will have a balance of 1 hour when It will be slotted in our order paper, or it will resume for debates. And now, the time being 6:30 p.m., members, this House stands adjourned until today, Thursday, 11 February 2021 at 7 p.m. Not at 7 p.m. I thank you.
In favor, ask your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen. Call out. Yep. Can we start?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Communication coming later.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, February the 11th, 2021, the evening sitting. Number A, the 2021 budget policy statement from the National Treasury. B, the 2021 medium-term debt management strategy from the National Treasury, which has been submitted pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Number C, legal notice number 202 of 2020 relating to the architects and quantity surveyors continuing professional development bylaws 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development and Public Works. Number D, the performance audit report on installation and maintenance of road furniture by the Kenya National Highways Authority, the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and the Kenya Rural Roads Authority from the Office of the Auditor General. Number F, the annual statutory report of the 2019-2020 financial year from the Council of Governors. Number G, the annual report and financial statement for the 2017-2018 financial year for the Kenya Tourism Board from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Number H, the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2019 from the Public Service Commission. Number I, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the Competition Authority of Kenya for the year ended 30th June 2020 and the certificate therein. Number J, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. The Petroleum Development Levy Fund holding account. Number 2, the Uwezo Fund. Number 3, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Number 4, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Number 5, the State Department for Information Communication and Technology. Number 6, the National Treasury Revenue Statements, recurrent. Number 7, the National Treasury Development Revenue Statements. And lastly, the Kenya Revenue Authority Revenue Accountability Statements. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
We have a few questions. First question by the member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Shandrak Mose. Member for Kitutu Masaba. You know, honourable members, we just said this in the morning that please just become a bit more technical and savvy so that we look at there's a message that has been sent, I'm sure, to all of you, and the Honourable Moses will know that his question is coming now. The Honourable, next is the Honourable Dr. Oudo.
Honorable Speaker, I raised OEHS question 1013 of 2021, and for record purpose, this question was asked in the last session but lapsed, and the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that the Matayos, Ganjala, Nahasiko, Nangina, bracket C830 road that traverses Matayos and Funyula constituencies is among the roads 10,000 program, and that the procurement process for a contractor under the low volume sealed roads LVSR was commenced but was not completed. Number 2, when is the ministry expected to complete the procurement process and have the road improved to bitumen standards? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That question is to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And for them to note, as Honorable Odo was saying, that the question had been asked in the last session. So they must fast track it, they should fast track it. The next question is the member for Kikuyu, the Honorable Ishongwa. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had requested the table office, Honorable Speaker, to defer that question because of the way it was drafted. It didn't capture the intent of what I had wanted to do, so I'll ask them to defer it.
I see, okay. So, stood down to next week. Anyhow, maybe you'll go and get it drafted and redraft and afresh. The next is by the member for Alego Songa, the Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 16 of 2021 in today's order paper. The question is addressed to the Teacher Service Commission. Number one, could the Commission explain why Mr. Jared Otieno Gola of TSC number 390385 and the former principal of Coet Mixed Secondary School in Alego Usonga was dismissed from service contrary to Section 441, Section 2 of the Employment Act, yet he was ailing during the time he is accused of absconding duty? Number two, could the Commission consider reinstating the said teacher to service in view of the fact that he applied and received sick leave from the Sierra County Director of Education? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question is, no, just a minute. The honourable member has just asked his question. It is for written reply from the Teacher Service Commission. So who has a point of order? Honorable Elisha.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed some behavior which is not of good conduct for a member of parliament. I'm sure we operate under particular codes of behavior within parliament. I'm not aware that a member of parliament is allowed to walk inside here with a gun. I've noticed Ali is carrying something, the Honorable Ali, in his bag. If that is a gun, then we are not safe.
Sorry, Honorable Odhiambo.
I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Honorable Muhammad Ali is carrying something behind his back, resemblance of a gun. If that is indeed true, then we are not safe.
Muhammad Ali. Member for where? Member for which Muhammad Ali? Oh, member for Nyali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
My apologies. I forgot to leave my things outside. My apologies. I'm a human being.
Is it a gun? A gun?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to surrender.
No.
Don't personalize it.
Honorable Ali, please, can you go out and...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Amelia Odhiambo, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas I don't want to escalate the situation, I just want to really draw our attention to the fact that the country is becoming a bit politically volatile. And because of that, I would request that stronger security measures be put outside so that if members are coming in, they should not have, even very well-meaning members, in the heat of the moment can actually cause harm without intending. So could I please request, so that this is not repeated, that there should be stronger gadgets that detect guns. And even for us as women members of parliament, there was a time Some people actually came with, what are those sprays called? A pepper spray. Unfortunately, instead of spraying on my eyes, it went to Honorable Kaluma. So if we could, we understand, we are all very good friends when things are not heated, but when things get heated, I don't know what gets into our heads to become a bit strange in behavior, Mr. Speaker. So if we could be protected from ourselves, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think the issue, Honorable Lagwalos, you want to weigh in?
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with Honorable Millie Odhiambo's sentiment fully, but Mr. Speaker, if there was a fit and proper case for referring to Powers and Privileges Committee, this is one. I kindly ask for your direction, Mr. Speaker, that this matter, in view of the admission of the honourable member, be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee.
Yes, Honorable Barire.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's well understood that the Honorable Mohammed has actually was very apologetic, and I think we need to leave it there. But only to say, Mr. Speaker, we are that season again where politically the country gets charged. But I'm wondering, other than checking for weapons, what do we do with those whose mouths are worse than the weapons? Mr. Speaker, and they are members of this House. You see, I think it's all about self-discipline for all of us, because there are people whose mouths are worse than those weapons, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members,
These ones will become.
I'm inclined to allow the Honourable Mohammed Ali to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why do you remove your mask? Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think sometimes as members of Parliament, it's good and wise to behave like gentlemen. We are all human beings, and sometimes we end up forgetting doing something. If my honorable colleague saw there's a problem, he could have approached me quietly, politely, and tell me to surrender, rather than announcing my name on the national television and threatening my security now. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a bad manners for a member, honorable member of Parliament. Rather than talking to you, he's making it a tanga-tanga affair. Mr. Speaker, sir, the law of this country allows each and every member to apply for a licensed gun. So, Mr. Speaker, what my colleague could have done was simply to approach me quietly, and I would have moved out and surrendered the thing to the sergeant at arms. Thank you.
Well, Honorable Mohammed Ali, I thought you started off by saying you are sorry, you just forgot, and I thought that is that for me is it's important that you did in the first instance you offered to go and surrender, which you have done, and I think I don't know why we want to escalate it beyond there. There's no need, honourable members, for us to escalate this. Because, please, I'm unlikely to be of use with regard to your mouths, except when you are here. I'll deal with the foul mouths. I'll deal with them here in the House. But when you're out there, you will be dealt with by other people. Honorable Duale, what?
Honorable Speaker, let's give Honorable Mohammed maybe the benefit of doubt that this is a session that's starting at 7. Maybe he's on his way home. And for tonight, we give you that exception. And you did very well. You apologized, and I think that was sufficient to the Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, it's not about, the Speaker and the clerk putting security measures. We are leaders of the august House. We represent the people of Kenya. we should not be the first people to ban this country. I really want to ask leaders, forget about the guns. Let us, please, take care and show a role model to the rest of the country. What we say, where we say, how we say it is very important. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, it's also under the Parliamentary Privileges Act that, as Honorable Millie said, not only are the men, even, we allowed the ladies to come with their bags. When we changed the standing orders, I think in the 11th Parliament. These bags must be thoroughly checked. If that thoroughly checked, and they should be checked by ladies, because now Honorable Member for Game has seen Honorable Mohammed what he was carrying. But imagine Honorable Shamala is behind me here, and there's a big bag here. What is inside? What is inside that bag? Me, I don't know. On the other side, Honorable Sophia has a bag. Honorable Haika has a bag. So, Mr. Speaker, in fact, you should order. You should order, as Mohammed has returned his weapon, you should also order these bags to be checked and returned, because I am very uncomfortable with a very big bag here and I don't know what it contains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that's something that what it calls for anyway. Sergeant at arms, all what is being said really falls under the office of the Sergeant at arms. They're the ones who are supposed to enforce these rules. They are never meant to harass anybody. No member should be harassed, even if it's a female member of parliament. They should also be, even if you're going to inspect those bags, however big they may be, do it with the elements of decorum. Because now we are sure they may not be carrying very little things, but I think it's important that Sergeant at arms personnel know that that is their work. They have to make sure that nobody walks into the chamber, or indeed beyond the entrance there with a weapon. And I don't know how that could have happened. This must be a terrible oversight, a terrible lapse. Anyhow, let's proceed. The member for Kitutu Masaba for the second time, Honorable Shadrack Mose. Honorable Shadrack Mose is a member of the House Business Committee. I'm surprised that he has forgotten. He has forgotten that. Does it? Oh, but I thought that matter is being handled that, unless people are just going for purposes of being seen. I think it's nothing. It's not. I think it's being handled at some other levels where maybe they are only onlookers. But of course, it is okay to sympathize and condole with the bereaved. So we'll stand down his question to next week, to the next order.
Order number 8, the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, second reading.
Sorry, honour members, include the member who is unable to sit. Take your seat. Is it Honourable Machogu? Or member of Bureti? Honour members, before we proceed to this business appearing as order number 8 in the order paper, evening sitting, which is the second reading of the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, I wish to give the following guidance. As you are aware, honourable members, there are currently 2 bills before the House proposing to legislate on the processes and management of the referenda in the country. These are number 1, the referendum bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2020 by the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, and number 2, the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020 by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Honourable members, in the exercise of its mandate as provided for under Standing Order 171, the House Business Committee has since prioritized the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, sponsored by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. I have received representations in my chambers seeking and asking why the House Business Committee arrived at that decision. I've decided to make the facts of the matter known to the House at this earliest opportunity. And in this regard, I wish to inform the House that on 2 occasions, towards the end of the last session, the House Business Committee did ask the 2 committees to retreat, consult, and agree on which of the 2 bills ought to be accorded priority. However, despite lengthy engagements on the matter, the information availed to the committee indicated that no agreement was reached. This therefore prompted the House Business Committee, as a committee charged with the prioritizing business in the House, to offer leadership for purposes of facilitating an interrupted flow of business of the House with respect to enabling the House to legislate on the process and management of referenda. In making the determination to give priority to the bill by the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, the House Business Committee was informed by the following. Number 1, during the first leadership retreat of the 12th Parliament that took place in August 2018 in Mombasa, it was agreed that draft bills and legislative proposals emanating from independent offices and constitutional commissions ought to be channeled through the relevant departmental committees of the House and accorded priority. This decision was further affirmed during the 3rd leadership retreat that took place in August last year. It was therefore imperative that the House Business Committee respects and upholds the previous resolutions of the House leadership, which were arrived at with participation of the chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the 2 committees. This criteria favored the version of the bill sponsored by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. We asked ourselves the following question: of the 2 bills, which one originated from or has the highest input of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission in line with the same resolution of the House leadership retreat, and which one started its legislative journey first? Information availed to the committee, and indeed a close reading of the reports of the 2 committees, revealed that the bill sponsored by the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs was initially a product of a lengthy and consultative processes which started in the last Parliament, seeking to reform and consolidate electoral-related laws in the country. Indeed, an analysis of the 2 referendum bills confirms that the bill by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs emanated from prolonged engagements between the committee and the IEBC from as far back as 2015. From the report of the committee, it is evident that part of the amendments that had been proposed in the draft bill in the last Parliament were incorporated in the Election Laws Amendment Act 2017, which was a product of the joint committee of both houses, chaired by the then Senator for Meru, the Honorable Kiraito Murungi, and the Senator for Siaya, the Honorable James Orengo. Honourable members, records indicate that owing to the weighty nature of the pending work at the time, it was agreed that the balance of the amendments at the end of the 11th Parliament, which were substantial in number, be carried forward by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and considered by the next Parliament, which is this one. Further, information provided by the committee also reveals that upon commencement of the current Parliament in 2017, the committee continued to engage with the IEBC on the referendum bill, and there is evidence of these engagements taking place as late as March 2019. Having considered the issue therein, it was the determination of the House Business Committee not to allow the 2 bills dealing with similar subject matter to proceed concurrently. Honourable members, a second question may then arise, is what is to happen to the bill sponsored by the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee? Weighing in on the matter, I would like at this juncture to assure members that all is not lost. I say this because procedurally, the committee and indeed any other member of the House is at liberty to identify and isolate whatever provisions they may deem crucial for the CIOC bill and move them as amendments to the bill by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs during the Committee of the Whole House stage of consideration of the bill. Beyond that, honourable members, the bill by the CIOC remains valid as the fate of the bill by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs is still unknown until it is exhaustively considered by the House. This therefore means that should the bill by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs be withdrawn or be defeated at whatever stage, the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee bill will have an opportunity to move their bill in the published manner. However, honourable members, having weighed the alternatives available, my guidance is that the reasonable option would be to have the relevant provisions of the bill by the CIOC included in the bill by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The so consolidated bill would be the result, incorporating all areas of concern, will then be considered for decision by the House as a whole. This will not only hasten the process, but also ensure unity of purpose in legislation. In conclusion, honourable members, may I state that this guidance has been made to allow for business continuity in the House. The Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee should therefore not get discouraged by this decision. Indeed, the House acknowledges the committee has equally done a remarkable job in putting together their bill, which was actually published first. The House and indeed the concerned committee should remain guided in the manner that I have given. I wish to thank you, honourable members. Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. The Vice Chair, Honourable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that referendum number 2 bill of 2020, captured as National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2020, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill, sponsored by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and as previously constituted, has a long history as captured, published on 29th May 2020, and introduced in the National Assembly for the first reading on 18th June 2020, and subsequently committed to the Departmental Committee for Consideration and Facilitation of Public Participation and reporting to the House. Mr. Speaker, public participation, and that's captured in the report, was undertaken through very in-depth engagement with the IBC, with the Council of Governors, with the NCCK, with the Christian Professional Association, among others. And all this is captured in page 11 to 29 of the report that was tabled in the House on 15th October 2020. Mr. Speaker, the principal object of the bill is twofold. First, is to consolidate the law relating to conduct of referenda. And secondly, to provide for a transparent and fair process of ascertaining the will. But during all these consultations, it was agreed that the current legal provisions were inadequate and there was need to enact a comprehensive legislation standalone that deals with referendum. Referendum Bill number 2, therefore, is a product of a consultative process between the IBC, the JLAC, and other players. But also more importantly, Mr. Speaker, and this was at the Speaker's prompting, the JLAC committee did meet the CIOC committee between 19th and 21st November last year in a special retreat organized in Mombasa, where both committees appointed 5 members to harmonize the 2 drafts. Mr. Speaker, even though in the ultimate it was not agreed which bill takes priority, but it was agreed on the effect of the amendment, and there's a report to that effect. Mr. Speaker, now turning to the bill, just some brief synopsis. First of all, Mr. Speaker, clause 1 to 3 talks of a referendum to be treated as if it was an election. It is the recognition that a referendum is an election and in an invocation of appropriate laws and procedures to fill any gaps that may arise. Clause 4 talks of amendment by parliamentary initiative and seeks to introduce timelines for the president for efficiency, which timelines had not been there, and 14 days is now prescribed under clause 4. Mr. Speaker, clause 5 speaks to referendum by popular initiative and addresses a number of issues. First of all, it talks of the process of verification of the 1 million registered voters. Secondly, it speaks to the need to make the list public so that anyone can know who are the 1 million persons who are sponsoring the amendment. Thirdly, it speaks to the Commission ensuring that the requirements of Article 257 are complied with, especially when it comes to the issues of framing. And number 4, if the requirements of Article 257 are not met, then of course it gives the discretion to the Commission to declare that initiative as having failed. And that's the end of that matter. Mr. Speaker, further amendments in engagement to the committee, and this will be introduced at the committee stage, shall introduce timelines for both IEBC, for Parliament, and for the President. All these are already captured in the report, and we'll come back to them. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, talks of the manner of formulating the bill. And in formulating the bill, it talks of participation, inclusivity, accommodation of divergent views, while formulating the draft that is to be considered. Further amendments, and in line with Article 257, 2 and 3, talks of the promoters framing the draft for consideration in a clear manner and removes the proposed discretion of Parliament to reframe something that was already framed and sponsored by 1 million people. And we'll speak to that more at the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, clause 7, when it talks to referenda on other issues, the committee recommends the deletion of this clause because it is not necessary. It talks of holding referenda at the county level or at the local level or at such other levels. And the committee is of the view, and will introduce an amendment, 1, that kind of local level referenda is already captured in the County Government Act, Section 90, and therefore you do not need it here. But in any case, it also seeks to remove the idea that the president can initiate a referendum by fiat or without any consultation. The provisions hitherto, as proposed, was that the president could frame any issue and then ask the commission to conduct a referendum on it. That fiat is what is also sought to now be corrected, and we'll introduce that at an appropriate stage, at the committee stage. Clause 8 is to be adjusted. The committee recommended its deletion because it was the view that it is not necessary. It contemplates other legislation, as if we would pass this legislation, then we'll have other legislation on referenda. And we agreed that whatever we need to have on referenda, it should be in this law. If we need to add anything, let us add this here. If we need to remove anything, let us remove it here. Mr. Speaker, clause 9, and it speaks to the procedure for the conduct of a referendum. Mr. Speaker, further amendments adopted by the committee seeks to adopt the timelines, and these were actually adopted from the CIOC draft, and we were in agreement that it is a good idea to adopt these timelines, and it seeks to have 7 days for the IBC and also for it to assign symbols. The point being, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution so far only prescribes timelines for the county assemblies, which is 90 days. But it remains quite open in terms of IBC, in terms of Parliament, in terms of the President, and in terms of many other players. We seek to introduce a very clear timeline, so we know if you are introducing an amendment by popular initiative, this is what it takes, up to and including if there's to be a petition in the High Court, and I will get to that. Mr. Speaker, Clause 10, as currently drafted, is to be amended. And it is to be amended by deleting the word options. In this context, Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the view that the provision under Article 81 and 82 and 257(2) and 3 is that anyone who seeks to move any amendment should consult as much as possible, should accommodate divergent views, and should make sure that whatever product you come up with by way of draft accommodates as many people as possible. But ultimately, having done that, then the question you must ask Kenyans is, do you agree with that draft or not? If not, it fails. If yes, it passes. Mr. Speaker, Clause 11 talks of the referendum committees, and that clause is recommended for deletion by the committee. The committee is of the view that there's no need for the bill to limit the number of referendum committees. You cannot say that if there's a referendum, for those who support, you can only have one committee. For those who oppose, you can only have one committee. Kenyans must have the discretion to support or reject for whatever reasons without having to cocoon them into one. The initial suggestion in the bill was that for each side, there would have to be a committee headed by a chief agent, and that everyone who wants to support must go to that agent. Those who want to oppose must go to that agent, and that is not democratic or in keeping with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 talks about the chief agent, and the committee recommends that this clause should be deleted, because other than forcing everyone to have to be led by one person, either in supporting or opposing, it then even gives that person some liability and responsibility. It gives that one person the responsibility to take care of all those who oppose, if it's a yes committee, or all those who oppose if it's a no committee, or all those who support if it's a yes committee. There is no way one individual can take responsibility in the entire country without having a mechanism for controlling those people. And so that particular one is recommended for deletion. Clause 13, Mr. Speaker, talks of the costs of referendum. And this clause is recommended for deletion for a very simple reason. That clause, as drafted initially, is contradictory. On the one hand, it says each referendum committee will bear its own cost. And then on the other one, it talks of if public money is to be used in a referendum. If they are bearing their own costs, then there's no public money to be used. And therefore, there's no way you can have a clause that is internally contradictory. And that is why it's been recommended for deletion. Clause 14 talks of the approval threshold, and this particular clause is also for deletion, in keeping also with the CIOC draft, and it's for deletion for two reasons. First, insofar as it talks of the need to be supported by 20% of the registered voters in each of at least half of the counties. Those are the exact wordings of Article 255(2)(a). We found no need for this bill to repeat the exact wordings that are already in the Constitution. And of course, secondly, I had already explained about the question of options. Clause 15. Clause 15 is what lawyers call inherent powers for the courts. But in this case, we give it to the Commission. Clause 15 enables and gives the Commission the general powers to take administrative measures to ensure a successful conduct of the referendum. In other words, there should not be any point when the Commission says we cannot move because this law does not make this provision. At that point, either the Commission should be able to invoke the general rules and procedures for elections or such administrative measures as would enable successful conduct of a referendum. Mr. Speaker, clause 16 to 32, without going to the individuality, speak to a petition challenging the referendum. One of the things, and this is a matter of principle, and we've spoken to this, is that courts should generally be very reluctant to interfere with the legislative role of Parliament. And in the same way, courts should be very reluctant to interfere with the elective will of the people. But courts can come in after the process and examine its legality. In this respect, it is contemplated that one can come and challenge the results of a referendum, because that is the democratic expectation. But if we left it open as it is now, we realize that for elections, including presidential elections, we've limited the time. But as it is now, one can challenge an outcome even if it's supported by 99% of Kenyans. And because there's no time limit, and sometimes you know the mischief in our court, it can take 5 years in court, which would mean it is a sabotage of the democratic will of the people. And therefore, what clause 16 to 32 do, in a short summary, one, it enables one to challenge the outcome of a referendum, but it does not allege those who frivolously challenge. The challenge must be well-founded. And if it is challenged too, and there are conditions to ensure that it's well-founded, then it should be determined by at least a bench of 3 judges. So you don't have one judge in some far-flung town in Oyugis sabotaging the will of all Kenyans, whether yes or no. Thirdly, it requires that such challenge must be filed within 14 days. And that is the amendment that will be brought. The initial provision was 30 days. We thought the will of the people should be ascertained as soon as possible. And once it's challenged within 14 days, it is stated in the amendments that will be brought that it must be decided within 30 days. The initial provision was 6 months. We thought that was too long. But we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that every challenge to court, you cannot have the first instant court as the final court, except for a presidential election. And therefore, it contemplates the possibility of going on appeal to the Court of Appeal. It proposes that for purposes of the referendum, the Court of Appeal be the final court, without the option of going to the Supreme Court, for a number of reasons. And we will explain to that. And the reason is simple. The reason is simple, and we'll come to that. Now, for the Court of Appeal, any challenge from the High Court is to be filed within 7 days and to be determined within 21 days. That is the contemplation in terms of the discussion we had with the CIOC in Mombasa. Now, it also does propose and contemplate other administrative processes within the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, although I had 45 minutes, I've only taken 15, and I'm about to wind up in 2 minutes. Clause 33 to 34 make general provisions, Mr. Speaker. And these are the usual provisions. It includes offenses, penalties, application of election offenses, prosecutions, arrest, and the power to make regulations. That power to make regulations is important because we recognize that you cannot include everything under the sun within the Act, but some can be included within the regulations. Mr. Speaker, lastly is a long series of clauses from 41 to 71. But those are what we call consequential amendments to the Elections Act and the County Government Act. Because some of these provisions were already in the Elections Act, the consequence of adopting them is that the Election Act must stand amended. And these are the parts where the clerks and the lawyers have to painstakingly go through the Elections Act and identify what is it that therefore consequentially will be amended. Mr. Speaker, having spent all of 16 and a half minutes, I wish to now beg to move, and I request the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara, advocate and member of the Jaila Committee, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Murugara,
Thank
member
you.
for Tharaka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the Constitution of Kenya Amendment, the referendum bill, Bill number 2 of 2020, as moved by the Honorable Otiende Amolo. I do associate myself entirely with the remarks he has made and the observations of the two committees when they met to internalize the two bills that are pending before this court. First and foremost, this house, I'm sorry about the, I'm used to that. First and foremost, it is vitally important that members do acquire copies of the CYC bill, which is also a very good bill, a fantastic bill. It makes very good proposals, which proposals, most of them, should actually be incorporated into this bill at the third reading. As you've heard, there are various amendments that have been proposed by JLAC to this bill, because we want to come up with one of the best laws in the country to govern referenda. It draws a lot of interest when you talk about referenda. And this is going to be from time to time, not just now because there is a looming referendum that is being referred to, that is being mooted in the country. We want to have a law that will guide us and posterity. And this is the reason why we propose that the bill by CYC be incorporated here. We also make various amendments so that what we come up with is a super law. Briefly, touching on what has been mentioned, it is of interest that referenda should not be one question. We must provide for multiple questions because there may be various issues.
Have you forgotten, if you want to have, if you have a point of order, you put an intervention button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise on a point of order, and my question is that a member who is, and the Honourable Sir George, with utmost respect, is a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. He participated with and agreed with the recommendations to adjust the bill. Is it right that he can now purport to disown some of these resolutions because of political convenience?
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I dissociate myself from those sentiments. I am saying we are making one of the best laws for this country. And that is actually across the entire House. What we are saying is the committee has made various recommendations for amendments. And I think, in my own view, there is all the room available to us to propose whatever amendments we are supposed to make to this bill. And the reason I'm saying so is bound on section 10, subsection 2B, which actually makes a provision for referendum question or questions. So I am not out of order. What I'm saying is this, that we should actually streamline that section to ensure that we now have room for multiple choice questions in any referendum. All right. Sorry, I wish to continue. As regards referendum petitions.
There's an intervention from the Honorable Lagwal Watch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with profound respect for my late friend, Mr. Murugara, with whom I have the privilege of serving in JLAC. I want to associate myself with the sentiments expressed by my sister, Honorable Ashamala, and I believe that the rules require that when Honorable Murugara is standing to second this bill after Chindamolo, then he has to go by the report of the committee, not to introduce other matters. What he's doing now is articulating other issues which are not in the report of the committee. And I think that's not true, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, what I am referring to, what I'm making reference to, is actually in the bill. What I'm saying is, as we have said as a committee, we will also have time to streamline the bill so that where it is unclear, where it is uncertain, we make it clear and certain. That is the only thing I'm saying. Now, as regards petitions, I fully agree with the observations of the committee because I was part of that committee and we made the recommendations. Litigation must be expeditious, and there is nothing wrong with the committee recommending that in every stage we have set timelines where we can do whatever action is to be taken within a given period of time so that people can get justice when they go to court. The general amendments, as we have said, these are to ensure that IBC, the Commission, is able to give Kenyans a credible referendum. And this is very important because the essence of a referendum is to ensure that whatever question is being tried by the people is actually answered in the best way the people want. And this is the purpose of this law, which is a very important law, in spite of the fact that it has come on an evening session, but you can see the interest the members have with it. And this is what we are going to be doing. Each member should be encouraged to look at the two bills and bring amendments where it is necessary to ensure that we have a good law. With those remarks, I do second the bill.
So, the member for Ijara. You know, I can see you. But let me first of all, honourable members, even as I propose the question, the Honourable Gitonga Murugara made an interesting observation, which is correct, that there is unusual interest. But it is good. For me and the members of the House Business Committee, we think this is a good beginning of these evening sittings, because according to the COVID-19 Ministry of Health guidelines and protocols for us, we are only supposed to accommodate 112. And with more than 100 already in the chamber, that is quite commendable. That said and done, honourable members, let me propose the question that the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honourable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that I'm happy that the issue that we had previously with the two bills that were before us has actually been resolved in some way. Because, Mr. Speaker, we were worried that we were going to have conflict between our two committees of the House dealing with almost the same issue, but having different bills. But now that we have a solution to this, we have before us the JLAC bill, or the bill being sponsored by Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and giving space for the other committee to input through amendments, and any other member to input through amendment. I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, that's a good move. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that if we transact this bill, and I want to thank members of parliament for turning out in these large numbers to come and debate this very important bill. Remember, in the previous sitting, I pleaded with members to be here to be able to deal with this bill so that we demonstrate that the creation of extra sitting was for a justifiable cause. And Mr. Speaker, having said that, I've gone through this bill, and I'm happy that it has captured quite a lot of issues that were outstanding, that were not clear, that have not been clear. I remember when there was this Punguza Mzigo, a bill that was meant to go to referendum because it was through a popular initiative, that we were asking, what if we are to go to a referendum? What will guide the referendum? We were going to basically rely on our constitution, which did not provide details on how to conduct the referendum. Today, at least, we have something that once we finish, and I'm sure we'll finish it quickly, will now guide the process. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight a few things. I don't want to talk to the details of the bill because really I don't think we have, or I have that time to do that, to prosecute the entire bill. I'm looking at clause 5. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the committee has looked at it. If I missed in the submission of the mover of the bill and the seconder, I'll be forgiven. But again, it is something I've observed, so I have to say it. I feel that clause 5.8 is actually unconstitutional because it talks about if one or both houses of parliament fail to pass the bill, then it goes ahead. And we are talking about the bill that is coming through Article 257, that is popular initiative. And Article 257 of the Constitution talks about popular initiative. And it says if the bill shall lapse, if it does not relate to a matter specified in Article 255(1) of the Constitution. My reading of the Constitution talks to it differently. Article 257(10), and I want to just read it for record, that if either House of Parliament fails to pass the bill or the bill relates to a matter specified in Article 255(1), the proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people in a referendum. So, the Constitution says that if a matter is a matter that is spelled out under Article 255(1), whether the House passes it or not, it will go to a referendum. But the text here is that if either House of Parliament fails to pass the bill or the bill relates to a matter specified in Article 255, so any matter that the people of Kenya wants, any amendment proposed through popular initiative by the people of Kenya, whether it touches on Article 255(1) or not, even if Parliament, either House rejects it, should go to a referendum. But what is in the bill is that the bill says the bill shall lapse if it does not relate to a matter specified in Article 255(1). Therefore, I find this text completely at variance with what is in the Constitution, and I hope the committee identified that and are proposing that for amendment. Mr. Speaker, further, I agree with the timelines provided, but again, I have concern, Mr. Speaker. I think this one, definitely I had the Honorable Otiende speak to it, that a referendum may be conducted on the basis of an act of parliament, which shall specify. Again, which other act? I think that one was properly prosecuted. I don't want to overemphasize on that. But Mr. Speaker, something that caught my attention is, I want to quickly move to that, but it is about, let me just mention it without even referring to it directly in the bill, that the president, the IBC will send a referendum question framed to Parliament. Then Parliament can refer it back to IBC to redraft. The IBC redrafts and brings back to Parliament. then Parliament can refer it back. I saw that as too cyclical, to the extent we don't know when this would end. And the net effect would be to delay, especially if it is a popular initiative. I don't see why a popular initiative promoted, if promoters want a bill in a particular manner, and they have got signatures, they have collected signatures, I don't think Parliament should have much leeway, much space in redrafting such a bill, because then how would you know that what Parliament is thinking is what the promoters wanted? If the promoters have framed their bill in a manner that is not acceptable, then it is upon the people of Kenya to decide in a referendum that they don't agree with the promoters, so to speak, of the Constitution. I actually wanted to talk about the committees, and I think I agree with the Honorable Tiende, but I think the committee should think through this even much further. That we can have as many committees as possible, but we also need to tidy it up. We need also order, much as we want democracy. But you may have 1,000 committees, each of them wanting to sponsor agents in a polling station, Mr. Speaker. There would be definitely confusion because you'll have 1,000 people, there are 100 groups supporting, another 100 or 200 groups opposing. So how are you going to harmonize in a way that we have order and organization? We know how our polling stations are structured or how they are. So we need at least to put some order, some system where those who are supporting, those who are taking similar stand on a bill, because it's just either yes or no. Those who are taking similar stand need to find a way of coming together, not necessarily to take responsibility, but for ease of conducting a referendum. Because otherwise, you would definitely cause a lot of confusion. By saying that I'm happy that this bill, keenly, that this bill was very consultative to arrive at this bill. The process was very consultative. And I want to, actually I'm seeing the immediate former chair of the committee who actually took his time, together with this committee, took his time. I was in consultation with some of the partners, our partners who sponsored, who helped. They met in Naivasha, they met in Mombasa, they accommodated a lot of views, they gave time for IBC to present their views. I think this is a product of very high-level consultation and is the way to go for committees of this House. We need such kind of engagement and public participation. My final comment, Mr. Speaker, is I am still not very comfortable with this level of public participation when it is a popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, yes, we, the people of Kenya, decided that public participation is very integral, and we placed it at the core of our Constitution. However, when amendment to the Constitution is being done through popular initiative, people have taken steps to collect, to convince Kenyans in whichever way, and collect and manage to collect 1 million signatures and above. I don't see why we should spend, again, taxpayers' money to engage, especially Parliament, which may not have much say, whether to reject or support. Our work is basically like a conveyor belt. Why would we spend so much money in conducting public participation on a bill that is being promoted through popular initiative, Mr. Speaker? It will end up with the people of Kenya. If they don't want it, it is upon the promoters and those who will be objecting or rejecting the bill to campaign and convince the people of this country that the bill is either good or bad, and the people will take a decision. So to me, when it is popular initiative, I think we need to reduce this the import or the value that we attached to public participation, because it is assumed there is already public participation. For you to collect signature from me, it is assumed that you have convinced me in some way. You have already explained yourself to me. And I don't know how Punguza Mzigo explained themselves, because I never saw any engagement. But somehow they managed to collect a million signatures. BBI managed to collect signatures. There are some who didn't want to read. They said, whether it is through chief, through Askarikanga, or whatever it is, fishermen, it is Kenyans who collected the signatures. And I would tell you, I didn't have time. I am the one who led the signature collection in my constituency. And I didn't have to explain. The people said, Mbadi, we believe what you are telling us. That is why we elected you. We will sign for you. They don't need this public participation again. Calling my constituents to explain to them this bill is a waste of time. They will not, it is a complete waste of time. If I want them to vote for the bill, I will ask them during the campaigns. I want to request that Parliament should not spend money again in going to the people to explain a bill which already they appended their signatures on. Mr. Speaker, that is my final comment. I want to support this bill, and I want to ask the committee to look at the few amendments probably which have not been captured in their report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well. And I think I'm getting to appreciate that. I think this evening sitting is very convenient, particularly for, apparently it looks like Nairobi members of parliament and those from their environs. You see now, the Honorable TJ Kajwang is present. He was not here the whole afternoon. The member for Muranga is now very busy doing consultations. She was not here, even when questions were being directed at the committee. Now they are finished. So you can see these evening sittings are not very bad. They are I think they are going to be, we are going to see a lot of participation. Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I also am very happy that the two committees have had their consultation and harmonized the bills. And the good thing is the two bills and the reports are available within us in the House, so we'll be able to pick and enrich the anchor bill, which is now the bill by JLAC, with the provisions in each of them. I'm also happy that we are doing this bill. If I could be protected from it, at times the consultations interfere with the thought process. But what we would like to see is that we are excited that we are doing this referendum bill when we have something to focus on. We have a live experiment. We have a referendum that we are talking of. So people can be able to look at, what are all the issues that need to be captured. And I think what we need is to allow that, as we are formulating this law, is to allow for what are all the various options in doing a referendum, whether it's the current one or one that will come in future, so that when we do the law, we are looking at a law that will guide not just now, but into the future. Unfortunately, we are not the first ones to do a referendum. We did one in 2005. We did one in 2010. Britain did one, a very major one, that, made a decision to exit the UK, the United Kingdom to exit from Europe. And United Kingdom is not just one country. It's not England. There's Scotland, there's Ireland, and each of those were affected differently, but they had to carry the burden of being enjoined that it's either UK leaves, not Britain, not England leaves, and Scotland then decides its own, or Ireland decides on its own. It has to be one or all, because they entered there as one country. So I think the chair or vice chair of JLAC has explained a number of the things and options that we have. And we'll be processing some amendments. But I also want to just highlight a few things I picked up for the committee to consider so that we make it easier. And the first one, which I usually look at, is Clause 2. Within Clause 2, we're talking of the popular initiative. And I know the lawyers know what 257 in the Constitution means, but a law should be standalone, so that any person looking at the bill here or the law here does not need then to go to the Constitution to see what is a popular initiative. And hence, I would urge the committee that the first thing we need to do, because we are talking of the initiative, we are starting with the initiative, is consider including the definition of initiative within Clause 2. Because that way, some of the issues we are having here might be answered. The other thing I'm just looking at and making a by way of suggestion is when you come to Clause 5, we start within 5.1 by talking about a popular initiative. And then go to 5.3c and we talk about draft bill. Now, there's no link between the popular initiative and how it converts into a bill. Because I believe the Constitution talks of, anyone could initiate through a popular initiative an issue to be determined in a referendum. And then basically then says how, if it's a general suggestion, it still needs to be crafted into a bill by the point of sending the signatures to IBC and all that, or collecting the signatures. So within this law, perhaps it's something we need to tidy up the steps. From the initiative, how do you formulate the question? What do you take to the people? Is there a form that we need to figure out a sample of how the form of collecting signatures should take so that I don't collect signatures at the back of an envelope? How do we incorporate the electronic collection of signatures, because we are now in an electronic age, so that we capture some of these steps that in moving from 5.1 to 5.3c, it's very clear that what did the promoter want? How has the promoter then collected, convinced the 1 million people to support that signature, to support that initiative or the question? How does that question get translated into a bill? Because not everything needs to be a bill. And I think that's why we are getting some confusion. Because a referendum could be held in anything. The referendum that was held in UK on exiting Europe was not a bill. It's a decision. Kenya could make a decision. It was a question. Should Britain exit the UK, the European Union? Kenya could I could promote a question, a referendum question, jointly with Aden Duale or somebody else, to ask, should Kenya continue being in the East Africa community? And we take it to the people. Or should they continue in COMESA? All these are questions that are available for people to make a decision. But because you can't make that decision alone, and there's no provision for that, you then take it to the people of Kenya. We could promote a question to ask, should Kenya be driving on the right or on the left, right? Because it involves millions of cars. So all those options need to be captured within this law so that even the murmurs we had when you said, should the question be a bill, should a referendum be on a question or a series of questions or multiple choice or a bill? We need to be very clear. If it's a bill, it can only be, is a bill good or bad, right? Which is what we do here. When we come to the third reading of any bill, is that have we approved the bill or not? Not, especially constitutional ones. And I think we need that criteria. But if it's a question, we could ask a series of questions, in which case people will have a choice. Should Kenya quit the EAC? Yes or no? Should Kenya quit COMESA? Yes or no? Should Kenya quit the Africa trade? Should Kenya do ABCD? All those questions could be asked as a series of questions. in which case you have a multiple questions, and you can choose one or the other. That Kenya can stay in the EAC, but quit COMESA. Those are issues that could be, but we need to frame it so well that this law becomes clear. But when I, as a promoter, because the responsibility is on the promoter to style the issue they are canvassing. If I decide that I want to style my issue by way of a bill, because a bill from clause 2 to probably clause 100 is interconnected. All bills are interconnected. You cannot come and cherry pick one item from my bill, right, that I'm promoting, and you said, drop 80 and pick 7, because at the end of that all, you could end up with a mongrel bill that is not interconnected. It's not composite. And I think those are some of the things that I would urge the committee, as we're doing this law, to just have some clarity that can be understood by the layman. Especially since we are saying the provisions of this bill will apply in the counties. So if the county of Nyandarua wants to know, should they have some economic partnership with the neighboring county of Nakuru? And the people of Nyandarua have to decide that, and the people of Nakuru have to decide that. It needs to be in a language that they can understand. So simplicity is the issue. And I believe that's what the principle that was captured within our law, that our law on election should be simple, transparent, and takes into account all the special needs, including the people with disabilities and special needs. That's simplicity. And I think the Vice Chair is taking those. So let's not start thinking of, do we want the referendum that has been promoted by Honorable Junet Mohammed and Honorable Dennis Waweru, on behalf of the people they are promoting, and which has been supported by 4 million people, Kenyans, let us not use that to then say, Junet and Dennis should have done it like this. It's them who did it. And they want to, so we are looking at what law, how do we ensure that the people of Kenya can be able to support that initiative without confusion, right? And that's up to them to explain. And I think what we need here is on timelines. At what point does it go to the people? When should campaigns end? You know, when do we determine that the people can now be called upon to make a decision? And I think once we have those small bits and pieces done, we'll have a good law. But let's not blind ourselves that if we do this, it will change an ongoing process. Because the promoter has to be convinced, and we cannot do a law for a certain bill or a certain process. We can only do a law for any process initiated by any person. So I'm also looking at, and I agree with Honorable Badi. It's, this mask gets a bit tight. And I've been here the whole day, so I'm a bit more stressed than most of you. But in terms of Article 8, I agree. There's some contradiction that I hope the committee will also sort out to make sure that it accords with what the Constitution says. But I said, like I said, I think I've explained before, I believe a referendum can have one question, a series of questions, interconnected, disconnected, depending on what the original promoter wanted. But we cannot be the one to prescribe that the promoter should provide for ABCD. I also am very uncomfortable with the issue of public participation, that this bill should have a lot of public participation, because I agree, if I am promoting something, should Kenyans drive on the right or left? Yeah? It's me to convince the Kenyan people, yeah, to vote my way, and not to be told, you did not have enough participation, how many drivers did you ask? That should not be a question for me to respond to. It's the people themselves to say it. So I believe the law should provide for all these options, and the people can then decide. I think that's the main ones I just want to highlight. Obviously, we'll be looking at it in detail. We'll also be listening to other comments from different people, and we'll be working on what amendment we need, because it's a great opportunity we have as Kenyans to have a good law. The other thing I just wanted to highlight, because I think we are probably assuming we don't have a law. Our current Elections Act of 2011 provides for conducting of referenda. So we actually don't have a shortage. And I think what we are doing here is to actually amend that act by getting a standalone referendum law, yeah? And if we can't get it that way, perhaps we might need to make amendments to the Electoral Act, yeah? But we don't have a vacuum. We already have something, so nobody should feel that because there's no referendum bill, or regardless of what happens to the two bills, that a referendum cannot go on. And Kenyans should be, encouraged to bring up any issue they want, so long as they can bear the cost of doing what needs to be done. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the issues I've raised, I believe the committee has had. I'll also be looking deeper into them and might be able to pick up one or two others so that we come up with the law, not just for Kenya, but for the region and even for the rest of the world. Just like we've been told, our 2010 constitution set the benchmark for other countries. Let us make sure we set the benchmark for referendum law, not just for Kenya, but for the rest of the world. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Yeah, we shouldn't just imagine that the referendum law is about amending the constitution. You could also, any of you can even, or any Kenyan can come up with, decide that you want a referendum on whether Kenya should continue borrowing from China. And you just promote it. And, so that will be the question. Kenyans will have to go and decide. If they say, do away with cut ties with China, you just have to. If they are the sovereign, they will be making that decision in their capacity as a sovereign.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this very important law. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with you that referenda can be of many forms, and that is in proposed section 7, other forms of referenda other than the amendment of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important law also, bearing in mind that it's referring a lot to the election law, such that whatever is not covered here is under election law. While the chair was moving, he talked about petitions in the event there are questions to be raised. And these particular petitions, we can see originate from the High Court and can go to the Court of Appeal, but they do not find their way to the Supreme Court for a simple reason. The current constitution is its stance, and it is not one of the proposals in the current BBI, is that the Supreme Court has a specific mandate to deal with the presidential election. But this particular one is, so since referendum law is not captured by the current constitution, then you cannot make use of the Supreme Court for purposes of a petition dealing with referenda. Although the magnitude of a referenda is equivalent to a presidential campaign, and is probably something to think of in the future. Clearly, we are going to, at the third reading, we have a lot of amendments to make this law better, because you can see gaps from one point to another. For example, that particular issue I'm talking about, an election petition related to a referenda, which has a magnitude equivalent to a presidential election. You can see the timelines are very big in the referendum issue, and I believe whatever matter is taken to the referendum, Kenyans want to sort it out quickly so that they can go back to their normal lives, because the referendum, whether on the amendment of the Constitution or dealing with a matter in Kenya, or a matter Kenyans want to decide on, they want that particular issue handled quickly and settled absolutely. I want also to give an example. For example, when we were forming and joining the Eastern African Cooperation, there was no referenda to that effect. So for example, now if we are going then to move out of Eastern African Cooperation, are we then going to have a referendum? Because we never did it. We never did it in the first place through a referenda. So we need to amalgamate a lot of things so that probably we can have a schedule of things which can go to referenda, because also every other matter, a lot of matters are resolved by Parliament and by acts of Parliament and by resolutions of Parliament. What specific matters of which affected Kenyans, and to what criteria, then could we say certain matters can go to referenda, and to what extent do they touch in the country? I want to agree, like for example, the matter of debt from a specific region for one reason or another, that can be taken to a referenda and the country decides. Then there's the issue of promotion of referendum question of whatever nature, who has promoted and what turn has it taken. And I think someone can promote it. It means when you promote and you have the 1 million signatures, then it means you are gathering enough strength and potential to be able to influence massively and amend the constitution or do a certain thing for the benefit of Kenyans. We have many things in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, which can do to that, can go to that effect, you know, and the things which are big magnitudes. For example, when you have a matter which affected us, like the pandemic, or even in the case of our ports, when you want to make them a 24-hour economy or something of big bank. So there must be a way we need to measure, and probably which should be included in this law. Does everything go to referenda, or what goes to referenda? Because a lot of other matters, Mr. Speaker, can be sorted out. If you look at 5 of this draft bill, Mr. Speaker, you realize that it is dealing with, 5 is dealing with referendum to amend constitution through popular initiative, meaning it leaves a gap for the other amendments of the constitution which are already specified by Parliament, and when it goes through the 2 houses. This particular one you find is a popular initiative, and we have already done a referendum in Kenya thrice, following, thrice, yes, thrice, because it's a 3rd one now, following a popular initiative. And that particular time we utilized the election law, which for now we cannot really say cannot suffice. We can still use the election law. And it goes on to the nitty-gritties of who is a voter, the person eligible to vote in a general election is the same person eligible to vote in the referendum. Then we have the issue of the counties. If there is an issue which needs to be done in the counties, and also the procedure of referendum in that particular county, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, there is the expense related to a referendum, and it must also come in a certain budget at a particular year, and it has to be budgeted for by this House, Mr. Speaker. So although this referendum law doesn't hang on its own, it is strengthened by many other statutes and many other resolutions of the House, and many other things which this House do, like allocation of budget, dealing with that. And then when it comes to the offenses, Mr. Speaker, I still believe the offenses which can be carried in a referendum because it's an election should carry the same weight as the offenses in an election petition, so that we don't have a variance, because this is a matter related to an election. And then you can see the regulations which are to be made under this act. Just like the other regulations we have. You find that, Mr. Speaker, when we are dealing with even the Election Act, it has a lot of regulations, timelines, which are very strict, and the moment they are disobeyed, that election as an issue. And I thought the regulations, which are yet to be made, once this act goes through, they carry a lot of weight as to the procedures and what should happen at what point. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the two acts have been combined, or the one now presented by JLAC under the leadership of Dr. Otiende seem to have swallowed the one for the committee. But I'm happy that there was amalgamation and there were consultations. And I believe even at the third reading, the committee, CRC committee, which had already prepared some law, can really bring in a lot of weight into this. And as much as this act is very urgent because we have a referendum in offing, and it is good we are making this law, and probably it will take many other years before we have a referendum, it is good we carry everybody aboard on this matter so that the question of whether it's a multiple choice or whether it's a bill is clear. With that particular path, Mr. Speaker, has not been cleared properly. Because, for example, now we have a BBI, it's a bill. It has its own procedure. It is either yes or no. Suppose then the issues be raised were a few. For example, all the sections in the referendum bill we have now, you can't really put a question for that. It will be like sending the whole nation into an examination, which is very confusing. So I think it is going to be specific. When do you have multiple choices is when the matters are limited to what? If the issues are 3, for example. You can have a law limiting to 3 if the issues are only 3. The moment, or if there are 6, like the way we have the number of seats we vote, from MCA to governor and president, they are about 6. Then if you have 6 issues, then people can mark out. And those which fail, they fail, and those which pass, they pass. But for now, there is that confusion which I think we need to sort out so that it is clearly in the law or the regulation. I really thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Indeed, there is one matter that comes to mind, Honorable Manzo. You know, we have a lot of people from certain parts of the world who want to spend a lot of their money all over trying to preach certain things. Same-sex marriage. That is something that one could think of a very interesting referendum question. Kenyans will, so that Kenyans can decide for one, so that people don't spend their time coming here to tell us stories, so that they can go and keep those practices where they belong. And Kenyans will make a decision so that they know that our leaders are not, they are telling them the truth. But when you have a few people hiding through some funny places and they come sneaking in through all manner of things, they are wasting time. So there are very many things which are of great national significance that I believe Kenyans will be very happy to make a decision once and for all. And for the next generations, there will be nobody coming around here in the streets or in hotels purporting to hold workshops about those things. Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that is a very good suggestion, but I want to concur with you that those people also have a constituency in Kenya, maybe even in this house. So maybe I said maybe, yeah? So, Mr. Speaker, that referendum will also be very contentious. Mr. Speaker, before I go to the bill, I really want to ask and indulge my colleagues that this is a very important piece of legislation. And we make laws for posterity. As we make this law, let us not have in mind the BBI. This law can be used in a referendum that will come 20 years from now. Let us remove emotions and everything. Let us deal with this matter. And the 10th Parliament, 11th Parliament did not get the opportunity. The 12th Parliament got an opportunity, those of us sitting here tonight, to make a good referendum law for us. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear there is no referendum law in Kenya. And I will say it with authority and without fear of contradiction. Speaker, last time when we had a referendum in 2010, we used the CKRC Act, which became redundant after the proclamation of the new constitution. So we have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Parliament and this House has indeed a very clear role of amending the Constitution, either through a parliamentary initiative or through a popular initiative. There exists, and we must agree, there exists a lacuna on a number of issues. And Mr. Speaker, I want members to read both bills. If I had the choice, the bill on COIC was a very good bill. Why do I say so? It was defining each and every item. And I really want to ask the members of the COIC, led by the chair, Honorable Kioni, when we come to the committee of the whole House, please bring some of the salient features in that bill to the committee of the whole House so that we have a very good law. Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 256(5) of the Constitution, it is not clear within what timelines. This whole referendum, there must be timelines from the beginning to the end when IBC will present to the president for assent. Completely, there's no timeline. So timeline is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. The president, it even doesn't tell us, for example, it's not clear within one timeline the president is required to request IBC to conduct a referendum. The moment this House and the Senate passes the bill and the two speakers submit it to the president has no timeline. He can keep it as long as he wants it. This bill must state it for how long the president can have that bill to amend the Constitution, particularly to matters relating to Article 255 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you are my witness and the previous House Business Committee. One of the failures of the 10th and the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we did so many legislation, but there was an oversight on why we didn't do a referendum law. And it is Kenya's culture that we sit pretty, and when the matter is with us, we rush. And even we are not learning from the Kriegler report. We are told 2 years to the general election, do not change your IBC commissioners. Mr. Speaker, this is a country where people do not want to follow the due diligence of the rule of law. If we cannot follow the Constitution, if we cannot follow the statutes that we pass in this House, then even the supreme law, we cannot follow it, then, I mean, we want to conduct a referendum without the non-existence of a referendum law. Speaker, I want to ask very salient questions. And this bill must be passed very fast. Because if this bill is not passed, there will be a lot of litigations on the conduct of any referendum. Mr. Speaker, what does the verification process by IBC involve? This bill must state it. IBC cannot have 1 million signatures. It must be in law, the verification process. There must be something in law. Chebukati and his team cannot have the luxury to verify and say, you have not brought 1 million, or you have brought 1 million. This bill must have it. Mr. Speaker, can a county, what does the approval process by a county assembly involve? A law, a bill, must go through processes. The public participation has timeline. A county assembly cannot receive the bill today, read it for the first time, and tomorrow approve it. So, Speaker, it's a joke. The people of that county must be subjected to a public participation. And I want to thank the Speaker of Nakuru County. The Speaker of Nakuru County, Mr. Speaker, I watched him last night. He said, I have received the bill. We did first reading. We are taking it to the public, the Nakuru County. We will have a report. The report will be debated. Committee of the whole House. The bill will be passed. Mr. Speaker, that public participation, Mr. Speaker, within the reading of Article 118 is a principal article in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are here because of Article 1. We are here because the people of Kenya gave us the sovereign right to legislate on their behalf. Speaker, outside the legislation, in a popular initiative, the people have a right. That is their product. It cannot be a product of IBC. It cannot be a product of the county assembly. It can be a sole product of the National Assembly and the Senate. In all whatever we are doing, the public must be involved. Mr. Speaker, what is the threshold for the approval of a draft bill by a county assembly? Is it simple majority? Is it two-thirds? What is it? This referendum law must state it clearly that county assemblies will pass the bill by simple majority or by whatever. That is not in law as we speak today. How they are passing, Mr. Speaker, is unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, prior to the introduction of a draft bill in Parliament, upon approval by the Assembly, the bill has been approved by the Assembly, it's been brought to Speaker Muturi, our respectable Speaker. Can this draft bill that came to the Speaker, can it be redrafted without changing the substance to ensure that it takes the right form? The law is not clear. It's not even clear from the Speaker who should introduce the bill into the National Assembly. Is it the leader of majority? Is it the leader of minority? Is it the chair of the JLAC? That must be put in law. We must be very, very, very specific. Mr. Speaker, who sponsors such bill in Parliament in terms of introduction? What is the period for introduction of a draft bill in Parliament and approval by the County Assembly? How long can Parliament keep this bill? Parliament can say, we are going to keep it for 6 months. We must have a timeline. And that's why if you look at CKRC Act and the referendum of 2010, each organ, each step had a timeline. Mr. Speaker, all these matters must be addressed specifically. You know, Mr. Speaker, people are saying we might not need a multiple choice. Colleagues, relax, even in this referendum, but we might need it in 5 years' time. When you hear multiple choice, don't freak. And it's, yes, we make laws for posterity. And in fact, we should put it in law that the person to decide, the institution to decide whether we will use multiple choice or yes or no, that should be left to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We must put it here in law. We must even say it Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there's something that people don't understand. The moment the speakers of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, they send this bill to the President. The President, in consultation with the Attorney General, the Chief Legal Advisor, will sit together and see out of these issues in this bill, which are referendum and which are legislative. So by the time President Uhuru Kenyatta and Attorney General Kihara will look at it, we might even have 2 or 3 questions that require a referendum. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are talking of many things. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, the Constitution confers Parliament the role of amending the Constitution. Time is ripe.
The problem is let's go by the time. Let's go by the time. Honorable Junet.
People. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute, Mr. Speaker, to this bill. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the last speaker, who is Honorable Duale, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is a very, very important bill for this country, Mr. Speaker. And as he has put it properly, we have a culture and tendency of bringing bills that are of high importance like this at the last minute, Mr. Speaker. I don't know when that culture will end, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, for example, there are issues that this bill needed to address early enough when we decided that we want to change the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, you are told to collect 1 million signatures and take it to IEBC for verification, Mr. Speaker. Up to today, I don't understand what IEBC is supposed to verify, Mr. Speaker. Because when you are supposed to verify signature, Mr. Speaker, I thought you're supposed to have a specimen signature that you're checking against my signature, Mr. Speaker. And as far as I'm concerned, my specimen signature is not at IBC, Mr. Speaker. They might be checking whether you are a registered member, a registered voter, whether your ID number is correct. But Mr. Speaker, this fallacy that IBC is supposed to verify signatures must come to an end, Mr. Speaker, through this bill, Mr. Speaker. You know, truth must be said. Because this is not the first referendum or the last referendum. We are going to have another referendum. Having said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I happen to be one of the promoters of the BBI. And Mr. Speaker, I go out there, I collect 1 million signatures, I take it to IEBC in the draft bill, then my signatures are verified, quote in quote, they are taken, the bill is taken to the county assembly, Mr. Speaker. Then the bill, if 24 counties pass the bill is expected to come to the parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after that, my own bill, Mr. Speaker, which is through popular initiative, Mr. Speaker, that I collected 1 million, somebody somewhere wakes up, Mr. Speaker, from a slumber and tells me, I want to subject your bill to a multiple question, Mr. Speaker. How, Mr. Speaker? What has stopped him from collecting 1 million signature and take it to the public so that he can also amend those issues that I'm bringing, which are not good, Mr. Speaker? The popular initiative is open to everyone, Mr. Speaker. It's not open to me only. I managed to collect 1 million signatures, convince 24 counties, Mr. Speaker, bring it to Parliament here, take it to a referendum, Mr. Speaker, and either win the referendum or lose the referendum, Mr. Speaker. When I have gone through that process, Mr. Speaker, you can't convince me in any way that you want to have a multiple choice, Mr. Speaker, on my own bill, Mr. Speaker, a bill that I'm promoting, Mr. Speaker, as a promoter, Mr. Speaker. It is dishonesty. It is absolutely dishonest to say that I want to have a multiple choice on on a bill promoted by certain people, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members here that we should not look this bill on bipartisan lenses, Mr. Speaker. That we are going to have a referendum bill today because, we are going to have a referendum on a bill because it is being propagated by so and so. Tomorrow you might have your own bill. You want to change a few of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Think along that line. Because that time, you might want to use the multiple question issue against me now. Tomorrow I can apply it against you also. I'll tell you, oh, you want to do this. Bring a multiple question also. I decide for myself. Let us be objective. Let us do the law for posterity. Let us look at what is at the best interest of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. That is when we can succeed as a House. That is when we can succeed. The other thing I agree with the Honorable Duale is that there are no timelines, Mr. Speaker, as far as now is concerned. This bill is going to help us put up timelines on how we are going to conduct changing the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and the referendum. But one thing I don't agree with him is he's saying how a bill is going to be conducted at the level of county assemblies, at the level of the Parliament here, Mr. Speaker. Bills are bills. When they land here, they have a process. You have to take it to the Speaker. He approves it, goes to House Business Committee. They are slotted here for first reading. They are slotted here for second reading. Then they go away. Mr. Speaker, bills are known how they are done in Parliament. We don't need to address that one. And after all, this is one bill that we will not be able to amend. So it doesn't make it has no any reason why we should, there is no reason at all why we should argue how the bill is going to be processed, either at the county assembly level or the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the counties that have passed the bill, we have been in touch with them, and some of them have done proper public participation, because those counties were trained when devolution came into place by this House. Experts from this House trained them on how to conduct processes on bills, Mr. Speaker. And some of them did public participation. They took it through all the process that a bill needs to go through, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members that let us pass this bill so that we have a bill that is going to guide us and help us in doing referenda in many years to come, Mr. Speaker. We must also understand there is a difference between a question, as the Majority Leader, Honorable Kimunya, has put, and a bill, Mr. Speaker. If you want to ask a question, like the way the Speaker has said, for example, on same-sex, that is a question, Mr. Speaker. You ask Kenyans, do you support same-sex in this country or you don't? Then you can say yes or no. Do you want to leave the East African Cooperation? Yes or no? But a bill that contains issues that relate to each other from clause 1 to clause 100. And then you come and tell me, I want to have a multiple choice on it, Mr. Speaker. Go and do your own bill. Nothing stops you from doing your own bill, Mr. Speaker. Unless you are fearing to collect the 1 million signature, you are fearing to face the 24 counties, you are fearing to face Parliament. If you have those fears, then you have nothing to tell Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Stay put, wait for the referendum. If you want to agree with my bill, say yes. If you want to disagree with it, say no. You have all the democratic right to vote in any way you feel like. Nobody will force you, because a referendum is just like an election. You'll go to the booth there, you will see my bill there, you will find whether it is good for you or not. You can decide there, vote yes or no, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked when I saw the second of the bill, Mr. Speaker, soliciting for amendments, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House. Oh, members must be allowed to do amendments. Every member has a right to do amendment on a bill, Mr. Speaker. Nobody will be stopped from doing his amendment, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, Tanga, please let's meet at the ballot at the referendum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Gishogo. Member for Gishogo.
No.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kerry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while the minority whip was still on the floor, I needed some clarity, Mr. Speaker, to know if the minority whip is in order to promote this bill as his own bill, and as also has been mentioned by the leader of majority, that this bill is being proposed by Junet and a former member of parliament, while we very well understand, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is being funded from public coffers, Mr. Speaker. We would like to know for sure who the promoter of this bill is and how it becomes an interest of a debate in a debate where we...
Now, please, honorable members, please,
Mr. Speaker,
because this debate will continue, I want you to limit yourselves to the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020. Those are the things we are talking about actually. It's just like what I'm talking about. Do you support same-sex marriage and things like those? They are neither here nor there. So there's no need of now asking questions about matters.
A member of CIOC. And Mr. Speaker, we have gone through these bills, all of them. We have tried to bring them together and so on. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that we developed a report because, Mr. Speaker, as you remember, you ordered for a joint sitting. So there is actually, there should be a joint report of JLAC and CIOC somewhere. Because, Mr. Speaker, you made that order. We spent taxpayers' money for close to 5 days trying to harmonize that. I have noticed, Mr. Speaker, upon inquiring from the clerk, that for some reason, the chairs of the two committees did not append their signatures to the joint report. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request your office to cause the chairpersons to append their signature to the report for whatever value it may be, so that it is tabled? It would help members see the areas that members of the committee have put together, and also because a lot of things have fallen by the side. Because when you look at these bills, they are the raw bills that were designed, but a lot of thought has gone through them over time, and so the areas that we could be debating are very few. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to ask your kind office to cause the chairs to avail for us this report in room 8, first of all, to have them tabled, and to avail them to members in room 8 so that we can look at them to enhance and enrich the value of our debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tenemolo, you wish to say something about that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I confirm that the Honorable TJ Kajwang was one of the members of the harmonization team that met in Mombasa on 19th to 22nd November. Mr. Speaker, I will confirm, as TJ Kajwang and the other members will confirm, that on behalf of JLAC, I had the opportunity to co-chair that meeting with the chair of CIOC, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, and his deputy, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, was also present. On behalf of JLAC, I can confirm that I did sign the report on behalf of JLAC. On my inquiry today, I was advised that the chair of CIOC was unavailable to sign and was unavailable to indicate why. And perhaps that is something that only he could speak to. But indeed, the report is available. I have a copy.
Very well. Now, honourable members, quite unfortunate. I can see this immense interest, and I think what is coming out from what the Honourable TJ Kajwang has raised should be of even greater interest, because if there is a harmonized report which only lacks the signature of one of the Honourable Peter Kaluma, please, you undertake to sign and possibly bring it to my attention, have it brought to me to approve for stabling, because it will do a great deal of service to members making contributions when we resume next week. Yes. Yeah, and it will be very, very useful. Yeah, please, Honorable Kaluma. So, honorable members, time being 1 minute past 9 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 16th of February, 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
I'm here to give you an elaborate introduction of our speaker this morning, and I believe at the end of this morning's speech you would know that the elaborate introduction is all worth it. The speaker is an associate professor of public law, a holder of an LLB, that is Doctor of Law, on the law of the sea from the University of Ghent,